and do a roll call, then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll do your performance. All right, so Mr. Burnside, can we just do roll call?
Board Member Elizabeth Callahan.
Here.
Board Member Nubia Duval Wilson.
Here.
Board Member Regina Eckert.
Here.
Board Member Bill Gifford. Board Member Will Meyer.
Here.
Board Member Shayna Sackett Gable.
Here.
Board President Kali Tallisford.
Here.
Board Member Arun Vadlamani.
Here.
Board Member Caitlin Whitletter.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, let's all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yep. And now we'll have a performance by the South Mountain Elementary Stars.
Make sure we get that around everybody.
All right.
I can't even
Yep.
remember the lines to my favorite song. I know that. I got that one. Go with the flow.
All right. Please take notice that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following manner. That written notice was sent from the office of the Secretary of the Board at 2:30 on January 5th, 2024. That said notice was sent by email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the news records, Star Ledger, Tappan Tosoma, and the Village Green. Whereas while the Senator Byron M. Byer Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 10:4-6 requires all meetings of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education to be held in public. NJSA 10:4-12 sets forth 9 types of matters that may lawfully be discussed in executive session without the public being permitted to attend. And whereas the board has determined that one issue is permitted by NJSA 10:4-12 to be discussed without the public in attendance and shall be discussed during an executive session to be held on Thursday, April 25th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. And whereas the 9 exceptions to the open public meetings set forth in NJSA 10:2-4 are listed below, and next to each exception is a box which will be marked when the issues to be privately discussed fall within that exception. And after each exception is a space where additional information that will disclose as much information about the discussion as possible without undermining the purpose of the exception shall be written. Any matter which by express provisions of federal law, state statute, or rule of court shall be rendered confidential or excluded from public session. The nature of the matter described as specifically as possible without undermining the need for confidentiality is attorney-client privilege, HIB reporting, litigation status report, and personnel matters. Whereas the length of the executive session is estimated to be 60 minutes, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and proceed with business where formal action will be taken. Now therefore be it resolved that the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education will go into executive session for the above stated reasons only. Be it further resolved that the board hereby declares that its discussion of the aforementioned subjects will be made public at a time when the public's interest in disclosure is greater than any privacy or government interests being protected from disclosure. With that, I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session. Have a second? Thank you, Board
Second.
Member. Thank you, Board Member Valimani. All in favor? All right, we're heading to executive session. But first, I want to do a motion. Right, so I'd like to make a motion for the approval of board minutes, executive session and special meeting minutes from March 14th, and executive session and regular meeting minutes from March 21st.
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Vadamani. All in favor? All right. All right, I'd also like to make a motion to have any students that have come to speak at Public Speaks tonight to come and speak first. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Vadamani. All in favor? All right, so we'll have any students that have come to speak for Public Speaks tonight. You can come up right now. So. We're just going to get the list first. Yeah.
I'm not speaking.
First, we'll do with Hannah Gutnick.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Hannah Gutnick, and I'm a senior who is involved in the music program and the art program. I write to strongly oppose the proposed cuts to the art and music faculty and fine arts budget. I'm a student who particularly thrives in the arts, and I can't tell you enough how grateful I am to be part of such an amazing community of people and faculty who have supported me and inspired me throughout my years of high school. I went to private school up until my high school years, and I chose to attend this school because of its highly regarded arts and music program. I am not a particularly strong academic student. I never really found my passion or felt motivated in that area of education. And when I came here for high school, I felt like I had finally found my place in the crowd. Because of that, I have created close connections with the music and arts faculty, as well as the other students in those classes. Some teachers include Ms. Veit, Mr. Diaz, Ms. Stewart, and Ms. Capucci, all of whom are outstanding teachers who truly value their students' success and artistic expression. As a senior, it is a privilege to look back on how much I've grown as a musician and artist, but it's even more of a blessing to see how many new underclassmen take part in the arts program each year. I know that many of the students at the school use the arts as their muse, and because we have such an excellent program, we are able to produce talented and creative students who explore diverse themes and subjects through art. Music and the arts build community, and I and many other students have found comfort and belonging in the program. Not only would cutting funding for the arts program be a huge mistake, but it would limit the opportunities for students like me who have found their creative and educational success in the arts. It would be a shame to let down those students as well as parents to whom the art department means so much. We as a district need to protect these incredible teachers who not only help their students, but provide educational and emotional support during the process. The music and arts program at CHS has helped me find my feet and my voice in the educational world. I urge you to repeal the proposed cuts to the arts and music program at CHS. Thank you.
Next, we have, no, we'll do 3 minutes, actually. So next, we'll have Ellie Levy.
Hi, my name is Ella Levy, and I am a sophomore at CHS. I am a member of the CHS Marching Band, Jazz Ensemble, Percussion Ensemble, and the Stage Crew. In my time in the band program so far, I have grown immensely as a person and as a musician. I am so lucky for the opportunities that I have been given because of the program, such as master classes from world-class musicians like Lee Howard Stevens, Freddie Hendrix, Carl Latham, and many others. The marching band was also given the opportunity this year to perform with Miss Lauren Hill at the concert at a packed Prudential Center. These are all incredible experiences that I know I will not forget even long after my time here at CHS. I personally would like to continue with music after high school, whether that be in a college marching band or just as a hobby. The program here in SOMSD has cultivated that love and passion for music. I'm surrounded by fantastic, talented musicians in my band class every day, and it is such a joy to be able to share and make music with them, but even more a joy to call them close friends. Our band director, Mr. Bauer, often says that band is a family, and so my real concern with the proposed budget cuts that are being made comes before high school. The middle schoolers in the music program are ultimately the legacy, not us. I think that budget cuts are affecting them more than the current high schoolers in the long run, and in that it's not fair. The middle schoolers are part of that family too. I understand that budget cuts have to be made, but as for the arts, why can't we be role models for these kids? Why can't we show them that we want them to keep going with music? These younger students see people from their high school on the news because they're performing at the Prudential Center with a Grammy Award-winning musician. They think this is what I want to do when I'm older. This is so cool. And then they get to middle school and then high school, and they see the budget cuts in the condemned auditorium, and they think that this district does not value the arts. Why should they be in the musical, in band, and orchestra, and chorus if the district is cutting funds? We, as a district and as a community, need to think about the future. The future is the current 8th graders, the class of 2028, and it is the current 5th graders, the class of 2031. It is every single child who sees us on TV and in the community and wants to be us when they grow up. When I leave this district, I want to be proud of what I left behind, and quite frankly, right now I'm not. Thank you.
Next, we have Emmett Simon. Emmett Simon.
Hello. My name is Emmett Simon. I am a student at Columbia and a member of the marching band, jazz band, and percussion ensemble. The Columbia High School music program has provided a unique and special experience to me, which has cultivated a passion for music which I would not have without it. With talk of budget cuts in the music program and the firing of staff, it should be clear and understood that no student should be deprived of an experience as special as the one I have had in this school district. Our school district has set a precedent for nurturing generations of young musicians into incredibly talented individuals and continues to do so to this day. But to cut the budget of the music program and to fire any music educators within this district would prevent future generations of musicians in South Orange and Maplewood from ever gaining an equivalent or potentially greater experience than I have had with the school's music program. So I urge you to repeal these proposed budget cuts to the music and arts programs to help a future generation of students. Thank you.
Next, we have Brendan Delaney.
Hello, I'm Brendan Delaney. I am a junior in high school. Whenever I hear family, friends, or a member of our community remark on the quality of our school's arts programs, I can't help but think with a twinge of annoyance about the fact that these programs exist as they do, not because of the efforts of the school, but despite them. The financial support for the arts in recent years can at best be described as subpar. The proposed budget cuts would turn it into downright unacceptable. As a student heavily involved in CHS's music programs, I can say that activities such as the marching band and our annual student-led concert exist largely through the support of the Music Parents Association and the donated time of our dedicated teachers. This generosity, however, cannot be extended to inside the classroom, which is exactly where these proposed budget cuts to the arts would have the largest impact. Without the fair and equitable access to the arts that these programs provide, the creative and artistic environment that defines these two towns cannot continue to exist. These cuts represent a significant and disheartening regression for both our school and the Maplewood community as a whole. And those who face the most to lose will be, as it so often seems to be, the students, whose academic futures lie squarely in the palms of this board. Thank you.
Next, we have Izzy Sandoval.
Hello, I'm Izzy, and I'm a sophomore. What I look forward to every day when I go to school is my music tech class, that is period 9. And to be blunt, that is what keeps me motivated to get through the day. As Hannah said, I am also not a very academically talented student. So I think the budget cuts would restrict a lot of students from finding that motivation, because not only is the variety of arts that we have at Columbia, not only is it an outlet for self-expression, but at least for me, and I'm sure that I can speak for many others at Columbia, it is a relief of stress that enhances our emotional intelligence, and it just, as a school that is nationally recognized for its arts program, it seems illogical to me to cut funding instead of expanding the talents that have been cultivated here over decades. If I had not had the privilege to be in the music technology program, I would have not been in my band that I'm currently in. I would have not met my closest friends. It wouldn't have helped my mental health as it did. It helped me learn social, emotional, and leadership, especially leadership skills. And just like learning a universal language that not only unites people socially, but culturally. And I think a restriction on that would be a restriction on one's personal expansion and knowledge of what there is beyond this curriculum. Yeah, Columbia, the core of Columbia are the arts, and I think that is a fact. And as Brendan said, like not only people from this district, but from outside this district have commented on how the musical, dance, the plays, all of these, they look professionally made. And the reason behind that is because this is what we live for, and this is what motivates us, and this is what brings out the passion and the best in us.
Next, we have Killian Kyle.
Hi, I'm Lillian Kyle, and I'm a sophomore at Columbia High School. I'm here to oppose the proposed budget cuts to the arts and music program. The SMOSD school district has always prided themselves on being a welcoming community and a place for equality where kids of all backgrounds, regardless of their race, gender, sexuality, or socioeconomic status, can express themselves and achieve anything. But this is only possible with continued district funding, where any kid can walk into any music or art classroom and pick up any instrument or any paintbrush and express themselves. Because without funding, art and music classrooms will filter out until primarily only children who are able to afford their own supplies and instruments outside of school will be able to participate. Kids who come from primarily wealthier and more privileged backgrounds, and kids who are therefore primarily white. Because defunding the arts is a class issue and therefore a race issue as well. And for this reason, the arts and music programs at CHS must receive increased funding from the district so that all students from all backgrounds can participate and have access to them. Because if you want to uphold the diversity and equality that this district claims to represent, then you must back that claim with action. Thank you.
Next, we have Bonnie Garcia.
Hello, my name is Bonnie Garcia. I'm also here opposing the proposed budget cuts to the arts and music department throughout the district. To me, there's been a problem in Maplewood with, talking a lot about progression, but often failing to act upon it. And I think this proposed budget cut is just another reflection of that. Growing up, Maplewood and art, they're synonymous, they're inseparable. And I think you also can't separate art from Columbia High School. I would know that. I'm the president of the music studio club at Columbia High School. And our school has a reputation for its arts, for its musical theater, for its marching band, for its visual arts, and overall performance. We have so many different programs and so many passionate students. We have over a dozen students involved in the arts program right here at this board meeting tonight, so clearly we care. And I think when you cut the budget of the arts department and potentially lay off teachers who are in the arts department, that's sending a message. And that message is that the district is more than willing to undermine the soul of the community. And I know that's not a message you want to send, but that's up to you to prove that you don't want to send that message. You feel me? That's all I have to say. Good evening. Good night.
Next, we have Veronica Levesque.
Hello, I'm Veronica Levesque. I am a senior, and I have been involved in the arts program at Columbia since I was a freshman. I've been involved in so many extracurricular art and music programs, and through being involved in these programs, I have seen my band directors have to fundraise for necessities, and my art teachers have to use their own money to buy supplies. And I'm left now with one question. Are we seriously considering cutting the budget right now when we arguably need it the most? This program is already relying so much on outside funding from teachers and parents. And this is not even mentioning the fact that we do not have a stage that is usable. We are about to have a Shakespeare festival on the floor of an auditorium rather than the stage. We did a musical at MMS. And on Saturday, I will be performing in an orchestra concert at South Orange Middle School, playing a piccolo that was entirely funded by parents. Though I deeply appreciate the generosity of this district's parents, we should not be relying on the outside wealth of our parents to fund these programs. We should be able to have these programs be funded by the district so that we can all participate in them equally without needing all of this outside funding. All of our music programs are already severely underfunded, the orchestra, the band. Why are we requiring parents to fund this? That is all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Z. Urist.
Hello, my name is Z. Urist, and I'm a junior at CHS. We, the student body in this room that is passionate about arts and music, hold in high regard the accountability of the Board of Education. The fundamental question here that I would like to raise is, what are the specific causes of these budget cuts? And why does nobody seem to know about them? Additionally, we demand to know who is responsible for choosing to cut the arts budget over other programs. Thank you.
All right, next we'll have the student BOE representative update.
Okay, now for the recognitions, which I think it's important to note are majorly regarding CHS Art, which I think is just a testament to everyone who's spoken today. So 2 CHS students were honored for the photography by the Scholastic Art and Writing Awards. Junior Z. Urist was awarded the Gold Key and the Silver Key, and 2 honorable mentions. Junior Sam Rosenthal received 2 honorable mentions. Congratulations to 3 CHS photography students, Senior Carlos Sanchez, Junior Sam Rosenthal, and sophomore Sabni Rohatgi. All 3 of them have submitted works that will be exhibited at the upcoming Inspired Minds exhibition at SOPAC in May. Several CHS students received Scholastic Arts and Writing Awards this year. Samuel Tabor Kawane received a Gold Key Award and the American Visions nomination for his work titled The Acrobat. The American Visions Award for Art and the American Voices Award for Writing are prestigious honors that represent each region of the Scholastic Awards. The Acrobat is currently on display at the CHS AP Art Show at SOPAC and will be in SOPAC's Inspired Minds show. Tabor Kawane also received an honorable mention for his work Tomoko, which is an exploration of Maori tattoos. As a nominee for American Vision Award, Sam is one of a select 5 student artists who could be in the running for a national medal. Reggie Deeble Jackson received 1 Silver Key and 2 Gold Key awards for individual works, as well as a Gold Key for her entire portfolio submission of 6 works. Sam Rosenthal and Alistair Ramsey also received honorable mentions for their submitted work as well. Special thanks to CHS art teacher Ms. Alexandria Capucci for working with students on this opportunity, and thanks also to the Achieve Foundation for supporting student entry fees through a grant that was awarded to Ms. Capucci. For the 3rd consecutive year, a team of Columbia High School students have won first place in the 2024 NJ Chinese Cultural Project Contest. Over 4 months, the team of 14 students developed a research project based on the contest's research topic of how artificial intelligence impacts learning Chinese language and culture. Congratulations to team leader Bryant Yang, Emily Hinge, Sydney Anrig, Stella Iyengar, and Sherry Chen, who made the final presentations at Seton Hall University on April 13th. Congratulations also to sophomore Rachel Mayer and juniors Ella O'Brien, Henry Mayer Thompson, and Benjamin Ramus, who assisted with the project research, and to juniors Maya Lebau, Karis Evans, Audrey Haber, Sharon Chen, and sophomore Coco Fox, who helped make props. Very special thanks to Ms. Li Ping Meng, CHS teacher of Chinese and faculty advisor of the team. CHS senior Michael Briggs was honored as an unsung hero by the Essex County School Boards Association on April 11th. Dr. Kwawi Telesford, president of the South Orange and Maplewood Board of Education and a CHS alumnus, presented the award to Michael. In his remarks, Dr. Telesford noted Big's lengthy list of extracurricular activities, including participating in the CHS fencing, track and field teams, and his work on Saturdays as a volunteer tutor and mentor to middle school students and the CHS Max Scholars Program. Congratulations to the many students and staff members at Tuscan Elementary School who produced the outstanding annual Tuscan Show. This year, the show is entitled Any Dream Will Do, and it featured more than 40 songs from a wide selection of Broadway musicals. Special thanks to teachers Catherine Rickard and Missy Whalers, who directed the show, the Tuscan PTA, and the many people who supported the cast and crew in putting on this tremendous show. 4 Delia Bolden Elementary School students' artworks were on display at the Essex County Hall of Records in honor of the youth art movement. The featured student artists were Frederick McDaniel, 3rd grade, whose teacher is Deborah Gibbons, Isaac Uracy, 4th grade, whose teacher is Kate Scasso, Abigail Cry, 5th grade, whose teacher is Laura Gossis, Charles McDonough, 5th grade, whose teacher is Huru Stewart. Art teacher Eva McNally and teacher Christopher Falley recommended the students' art for the exhibit's final selections. The students were honored at a very special reception on April 17th, hosted by Essex County Executive Joseph DiVincenzo and attended by Dr. Kevin F. Gilbert, acting superintendent, and James Mano, the district's fine and performing arts supervisor.
Now for the report. This month, Gwyneth and I met with Mr. Pedro. We have been very impressed with Mr. Pedro's enthusiasm and hands-on leadership. The students believe that Mr. Pedro is doing an excellent job acclimating to the school and making himself visible. On most mornings, Mr. Pedro is at the front of the school greeting students, some of whom he's already seemed to make a personal connection with. Gwyneth and I had the chance to meet with him several times over the past month, and while doing so, we asked him what he believes could be improved at the high school. A common theme he brought up was the importance of a culture of excellence that Columbia seems to be lacking in. This has a lot to do with the little things, such as holes in the walls, dilapidated ceilings, and messy posters around the school. He believes that it is the little things like this that contribute to the slow erosion of a climate of success at a school like ours. In addition, he has been very proactive in already beginning to tackle some larger issues, which we are very impressed by given his minimal time in the district so far. Students cannot be expected to care for their school when it does not seem like their school cares for them. Mr. Pedro suggested some solutions, such as organizing bulletins for club posters or even some semblance of enforcement of the dress code. Again, it is the little things that will create a sense of order and reinvigorate our culture of excellence that we know Columbia and its students are capable of. This is just the start of the changes, but it demonstrates his proactive leadership, which we deeply appreciate. This month, we also had the opportunity to meet with Maplewood Middle School student government to see how things were running. When we asked them about student engagement with their guidance counselors, the answer was very similar to the one we received at SOMS. A student can go through their entire middle school experience without even knowing who their guidance counselor is.
It is important to understand that habits are formed early on, and a lack of use of guidance counselors for academic and high school planning in the middle schools is what leads to a lack of use of guidance counselors in the high school. What's more, from what we understand, the guidance counselors at the middle schools act as disciplinarians, which can cause a harmful connotation to a department where children should be experiencing comfort rather than punishment. Students and teachers alike believe that understaffing is a severe issue in the guidance department that does not allow for guidance counselors to effectively and efficiently do their jobs. The guidance department is an incredible resource for all students in the district, and we hope that some of these issues can be resolved so students, especially those who can't receive guidance at home, get the help and care they deserve. The enforcement of student IDs at the high school seems to be going very well, and admin has done a great job at making themselves visible. Both of these things have been an incredible help in aiding and returning the school back to normalcy after the hectic few months we have experienced. Gwyneth and I both thank everyone who played a part in that because it is truly helping the student body rebuild confidence in our school. But again, we still have a long way to go. Thank you.
Next, we'll have the superintendent's update.
Let's give it up for Gwyneth and Asa, who are doing an outstanding job as representing their students on our board. And let's give it up for all of the students who spoke tonight. I've said it time and time again. We have some great students here in the school district of South Orange and Maplewood, and the courage it takes to stand in front of all of us grown folks who think we know everything is acknowledged, and I really appreciate your advocacy. Welcome, Mr. Pedro. I want to take this opportunity to officially welcome Mr. Ricardo Pedro to the South Orange and Maplewood School District as the interim principal of Columbia High School. Mr. Pedro started on April 8th. His 32 years of education experience includes serving as principal Arts High School in Newark, where he worked with Lynn Irby Hill before he was appointed principal of South Orange Middle School. Before she was appointed principal of South Orange Middle School. We're glad to have Mr. Pedro with us. I'm going a little off script. I'm going to ask Ms. Ann Bodner to please stand. I want to personally thank Ms. Ann Bodner, who worked in 2 roles for us from January until Mr. Pedro's arrival as the acting principal of Columbia High School. It was not easy, but it was an experience that I know she will not ever forget, and I want to thank both the staff and the students for working with her very patiently and allowing her to lead to the best of her abilities. And Ms. Bodner, the district of South Orange and Maplewood thanks you for your dedicated service, and we really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Reunification training. Earlier this month, I participated in a reunification drill at Roxbury High School led by the New Jersey State Police and several other public safety professionals. This exercise focused on learning about procedures for reunifying students with their families after a crucial incident or emergency. I want to thank District Director of School Safety and Security Stanley Vallis for his work in arranging this opportunity, as well as the following district personnel who participated: Seth Boyden Elementary School Principal Shannon Glander, South Mountain Elementary School Principal Kevin Mason, Clinton Elementary Principal Melissa Butler, and District Access and Equity Director Carrie Wable. CHS Jared Carlucci. Sorry, Jared, I messed your name up, I apologize. He pitched a no-hitter. I want to congratulate him on pitching a no-hitter with 14 strikeouts in the team's 2-0 victory against James Caldwell High School on April 9th. Carlucci threw 95 pitches in the game, in which the Essex News record said he simply was dominant. Carlucci committed to play for Rutgers University last summer. Many thanks to the CHS Counseling Director, Anthony Vecchione, and the entire CHS Counseling Department team for hosting a very successful 2nd annual College Military Gap Year and Career Fair on April 11th. Hundreds of students and family members had the opportunity to meet representatives from military branches, local employers, trade organizations, and many fine colleges and universities. Congratulations to everyone who helped make this very important event happen. Earlier this month, we announced that Chloe Barter is the Columbia High School class of 2024 valedictorian, and Benjamin Geverts is a salutatorian. Among Chloe's extracurricular activities have been leading the CHS Model United Nations Club, which just has awarded winning showings at this week's competition at Cornell University. She has been accepted to Georgetown University and attends to major in government. Meanwhile, Benjamin is a leader of the CHS Shakespeare Club, which will host the 22nd annual CHS Shakespeare Festival tomorrow. He has been accepted to Haverford College and is still deciding on a major. Both seniors will be honored at the Essex County Academic Awards on May 1st. We congratulate Chloe and Benjamin on their exceptional academic performance. I want to recognize Columbia High School Transition Coordinator Matthew Enlick and everyone on the Special Services team who held the peer mentoring lunch and high school tour last Friday for rising freshmen coming from South Orange Middle School. This very special event brought 8th graders with IEPs together with high school juniors and seniors who have IEPs. The high schoolers shared their experiences, offered their mentorship, and demystified Columbia High School for the younger students. The same event will be held for Maplewood Middle School 8th graders who have IEPs in May. I want to commend CHS physics teacher Randall Post and the members of the CHS Astronomy Club for making their heads-up play on April 8th by making high-powered telescopes, binoculars, and sunglasses available to the people who wanted to see the partial solar eclipse safely. Thanks to your efforts, students and staff were able to safely participate in this rare event. Audrey Noguera, who has already gained notoriety as a children's book author, has now been awarded first prize for enterprise journalism in the Report of American Student Journalism Awards. Last fall, Noguera, a junior at Columbia High School, wrote a feature story about CHS Parnassian Society production of dark comedy called DNA. She developed the story by interviewing a variety of people involved with the play, including director, English teacher James Dyer, and members of the cast and crew. We congratulate Audrey, ELA teacher Jennifer Dalton, who is the faculty advisor for the Columbia Student Newspaper, and Hannah Gross, a journalist and 2019 Columbia High School graduate who mentored Audrey in writing the story. I just want to remind everyone that the Achieve Foundation, in partnership with the South Orange and Maplewood School District, will host Marker Madness on Saturday, April 27th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Columbia High School. This free, family-friendly event will feature more than 25 stations of hands-on learning. Members of Columbia High School's Robotics Club will be there showing young people how the team builds robots for their competitions. The CHS Astronomy Club will also be on hand, helping participants build sundials and launching and water-powered rockets. While the district did receive $1 million increase in state aid, it does not offset the $3.7 million drop in total aid, including federal aid, we will face next year. We have been proactively working with our state representatives to explore every possibility of increasing state aid to our district by $4.2 million to avert a reduction in force and keep all programs that serve students and families intact. In the meantime, it is important to remember that our district does not stand alone in facing a budget deficit and a reduction in force. Public school districts throughout New Jersey are facing sharp decreases in aid while cost and demand for services have escalated. But that does not mean we have shrugged and accepted our budget circumstances as bad luck. In March, within days of this board's approval of the preliminary budget, I testified before the New Jersey State Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee and the New Jersey State Assembly Budget Committee to make our case for increases in aid. I want to take this opportunity to thank New Jersey State Assemblywoman Garnett Hall for meeting with me and members of our administration team last week to discuss our request. Assemblywoman Hall has been a Maplewood resident for 35 years and has put 2 children through our school system. One who is now a Newark police officer and another who is a registered nurse. Assemblywoman Hall told us that our request for additional state aid is her top budgetary priority, and I thank her for her support, and we will continue working with her. In May, I am scheduled to meet with New Jersey State Senator Renee Burgess, who also represents New Jersey's 28th Legislative District and is a member of the New Jersey State Budget and Appropriations Committee. We will continue to do everything we can to make up for the revenue that the district needs to serve all students and families. Our priority will always be to provide a thorough and efficient education to every child who enters our school. With this thought in mind, tonight is not easy. This budget process has been one of the hardest experiences of my 15-year-plus educational leadership career. It is not lost on me that tonight we are talking about a reduction in force. Make no mistake about it, our administrators, our teachers, our staff are essential to the success of this district. They keep this district moving forward. They are the movers and shakers who make the miracle of education happen every day. Our commitment following tonight as department leaders and as your acting superintendent, that we are going to be taking a balanced, nuanced approach to our resources and utilize them efficiently as effectively as possible. I want everyone to understand that this budget process is fluid. Our work doesn't stop after tonight. We will continue to do everything we can to try to lessen the impact of this reduction in force and save as many of our South Orange and Maplewood School District employees as we can. Thank you. I'm now going to move into just a presentation on our district goals. As I stated when I began my role as the acting superintendent, one of the things I wanted to make sure we understood is that our district goal process needs to continue. For the sake of time, I'm not going to go through each and every slide. We're going to have this presentation available for you online. You can go in and check it out. Can we go ahead and get the presentation on the board? I want to talk a little bit about how this presentation is going to go. I'm just going to briefly review our district goal process. I'm going to review the district goals and action plans currently being implemented by the senior leadership, building leaders, and teaching staff. They come underneath 5 areas: academics, which deals with our SAIL, our INRS, and our CHS Freshman Academy; diversity, equity, inclusion strategic plan; our facilities; our intentional integration; and our student services audit. Next slide. Next slide. There we go. Goal setting. By setting goals for public schools, the school board represents the community aspirations for its students. Your field service representative, who is from the National New Jersey School Boards Association, can help us through this process, and I think we've seen that individual here many times, and they're able to watch us. Our district goal process is part of us fulfilling our requirement with the New Jersey State Boards Association. Next slide, please. The process consists of the formation of district goals, begins with the Board of Ed retreat, which some of you may have saw on some time ago. The Board of Education and Superintendent of Schools review the previous year's outcomes, challenges, and triumphs. They then come to an agreement on selected goals, understanding that some goals are so robust that they take multiple years. The goals are formally adopted. The superintendent then takes the goals and facilitates action plans with the applicable school leadership team members. These action plans are shared with the board and the public and lays the road for a map for successfully addressing these goals. The superintendent then reports updates on these in a timely manner to the board. This is an update. In June, we will present the final version of what we have been able to do with our goals. Next slide. The first goal is our district goal of academics, which deals with our SEL, INRS, and our freshman academy. You can just flip through these next series of slides till we get to the update pieces. This gives you an example of what those action plans look like and what all is entailed in those. You can go back and view those online. Go to the next slide. Yep, stop right there. Here's some updates on what's happened with this particular goal. Freshman Academy did hold 2 family nights this year. Parents were given support in accessing their children's accounts in Power School so they can keep up with the attendance and grades. We had coaches who taught, our instructional coaches who taught parents how to access their child's Canvas accounts and to look at assignments and messages for teachers. Parents were also taught how to get their students on tutor.com. Workshops, we still are working through having some intervention workshops for our students, our ninth graders, to help them primarily in ELA and math. Due to the many challenges this year, we started some freshman huddles, but they were discontinued. Although the concept was strong, implementation was difficult. But the offices of CNI and A&E will be working with the administration and counselors to develop a pathway forward. Please understand, Freshman Academy is a concept and a community. It is not a class. The huddles provide an opportunity for us to do social emotional learning. We are working to create another experience around the huddles that takes care of that, but the plan is next year for all of our ninth graders to be housed in the new B wing of Columbia High School. Communications is to be developed that will normalize the fact, again, that Freshman Academy is a concept and a community. INRS, all teams seem to be up and running, and Dr. Correa sat in on the freshman INRS team work, and CNI and A&E members will sit in on meetings. We anticipate an uptick in our INRS meetings across the board. Not that the first marking period, not at the first, second, I think we're in the third marking period now, have all ended. Next goal was our diversity, equity, and inclusion strategic plan. You can flip through the next slides and go to the update, please. We've conducted anti-bullying specialist training, including equity training, investigation training, and determination in HIB. We've conducted training for all adult teams for culturally responsive audit involving administrators, parents, community members, and teachers. We met with Ms. Marsha Hicks to examine student affinity groups and plan for their expansion. The district equity team meetings to identify values, mission statement, and currently working on strategic goals, planning for community engagement. Dr. Fergus continues to meet with the district team to assist in the implementation of his recommendations. He also met with district III team members and the ALVS group as well. In November, we initiated an audit process with teams, ongoing implementation of anti-bullying curriculum in all of our schools, ongoing meeting with team and pre-K teachers to support social emotional learning, professional learning in elementary school. We've been providing school equity team trainings with using the book Street Data, and equity team training is underway and using the framework of street data to continue. And the comprehensive equity plan is still being developed. Has been developed, and we are still evaluating its process going forward. Equity coaches we're updating a job description for the potential of having some equity coaches. We're still working through our student affinity spaces. SEL lesson study group is up in action, and we have done our first lesson study through this. The climate teams check in on the last ABS meeting, as well as PD on how to review data. Information on supporting situations where bias incidents have occurred, and work with ABSs to develop a resource bank to respond to HIB incidents. The next district goal deals with facilities. Skip to the update. This update, if you would go online when we post it, you would just click on each of these links and you get a complete comprehensive update on all our construction activities that have happened from November on to now. And then there's also summary of the work that's been done at Columbia High School and Marshall and Montrose. And our BA from time to time gives us updates on that work in our meeting. The Intentional Integration Initiative Action Plan. We go to the action page, please. We know that there were some issues around our preschool engagement enrollment into our III last year, so we have done extensive amount of work to make sure to mitigate that issue does not happen again. We have internal checks going on underway now between students on our pre-K roster and our integration. Pre-K has already verified preschool grade level assignments. We're still doing monthly checks until registration and integration are complete. Sibling verification for pre-K and kindergarten. The III team is handling the verification for pre-K and kindergarten. over the next few weeks. The ALS group, we meet with the ALS group on a consistent basis, and we met with them on 2 significant times in November and January to discuss the unparent and current registration cycle. And we're not listed here, oh, it is here. We did meet with the ALS group, and our transportation team met on March 11th. And the ALS group actually was with us when we conducted our Marshall Boulding unpairing. Timeline of when families will be notified of placement. We've already notified our Delia Bolden and Marshall parents of their placement. We've already notified our 6th grade families of rising 6th graders of their placement. Rising kindergarten placements will be revealed or given to families in May of 2024. And right now, we've added a regulation to the recently updated passage of Policy 5124 on internal student transfer and wait lists, and that is currently being under review by our members of our Board of Education. And once that regulation is confirmed and complete and we're all in agreement, we will begin the wait list process, starting with our kindergarten students who are enrolling for our next school year. The last district goal deals with our special services audit. To update you on where that audit is, the data has been shared, data has been continuously being shared with our special education ad hoc committee. Third-party reviewers have secured. Audit is currently in progress. Continued communication with the auditing agency continues. We've provided them access to Frontline, program and outline shared, staff interviews scheduled, survey for parents and staff underway. We also had an independent audit company progress, which Frontline system access was given. Record review is ongoing. They've had meetings with the child study team and administration. Program visits are scheduled. The auditors are scheduled or have visited already on March 19th and March 22nd. The first audit visit occurred before the break. 2 additional visits are scheduled for the auditors to complete their program observation. A date is set for the auditors to review hard copy records in the coming weeks. Steps completed by the officers so far include they have finished their review of the Frontline records. They have visited several special education programs. They are conducting in-person reviews of specific records. The auditors will continue visiting special education classrooms during the week of April 15th. Reminders have been sent out to parents and staff to complete the survey. I will now stand for questions.
Board Member Eckert.
Thank you, Dr. Gilbert. I know stepping into this role, you kind of just inherited a lot of work that was some of it underway, but a lot of it you've had to move forward. So I just want to thank you for providing that update. This is actually just more of a statement. You were going over the intentional integration action plan, and I know that years prior, we've usually discussed that. I think February, March board meetings a little bit earlier, but the plan is to address the year 3 recap in the following meeting.
Yes.
Right? Is that May? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, that's correct. So our timelines got a little shifted just by things that were going on. And so the plan is in the May board meeting to go over the year 3 review of intentional integration, as well as review the first round of the III survey data results. That will be broken down demographically, Ms. Eckert. You're welcome.
Board Member Duval-Wilson.
Thanks. I have a few questions, but I'll just do one at a time. Thank you for that presentation.
You're welcome.
For Freshman Academy academics, if I heard you correctly, you were saying that the SEL and social justice component of Freshman Academy was really woven into the huddles.
Correct.
Correct. So for next year, is it going to be that same type of format, or you're reevaluating how you're going to? Because it looked like I know they're supposed to be SEL and social justice was like a big part of that goal, and it seems like you're still grappling with how to incorporate that into the academy.
So yes, so that is still a major part of what we want to do. The ideal, and the reason why I want to stress that we need to think about Freshman Academy as a concept in a community. It is being intentionally focused on all of our 9th graders. We house them together. We provide them interventions specifically toward them. They have all of their core classes together. The huddles were designed this year supposedly designed to give us a leg up on trying to figure out what those social, emotional, and community building things would be, and we just couldn't get it together. So we have reevaluated that. We're constantly talking about that, and next year we may have a new design around the huddles where it may not even be centered on class time in particular, but it may be around group activities and things like that. We're going to be thinking outside of the box to make sure we can make that piece a success, because that is the biggest piece of why the concept and community of Freshman Academy is important, giving them an opportunity to build community so that when they enter the 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, they create an atmosphere of community throughout all of Columbia High School. Okay.
Sorry, next question. For the DEI strategic plan, when do you think we'll get copies of that?
I knew that was coming. So the plan is for you all to get your first view of the DEI strategic plan next month. And we're also going to be trying to plan a community unveiling to get feedback from the community on that plan, with a comeback to make the adjustments at the first beginning week of June, because that plan has to be complete by the end of June to complete that process. And so we've been working hard all year, and so we hope to have that to you. And additionally, while we're there, we're hearing a lot of talk about the workforce diversity plan. That work's being led by our HR director, Mr. Adedoyan. That workforce diversity plan will live inside of this, and we will make sure the highlights of that will be ready for you as well next month. Mr. Adedoyan, if you hear me, next month. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay, go. Yeah.
Yeah, last question. So thank you for meeting with the ALVS group, or bringing the ALVS group and the transportation department together. That was something that we had talked about a lot last year, and so thank you for making sure that took place. Were there any key takeaways from that you could share with the community? Thank you.
I'll just give you a sneak peek. I was going to wait to give this all to you next month, but since you asked the question, the exciting thing about what came out of the meeting with the ALVS group and transportation is they're going to have continued meetings together. But as you know, you may not know, we were upgrading the kind of software that we use to do our routing system, and we will be giving access to the ALVS group of that software, and they're going to field test and beta test the use of that software to help us with distance and help us with aligning our routes through intentional integration. But I call it the beta test this year, because we want to see if the system works with the algorithm and how we get everything down, so we can do a rollout for not next year's students, which is 24-25, but for the 25-26 year of intentional integration. The plan is to be linked with the algorithm and our software for transportation that will finally link those two pieces together and moving our intentional integration work forward.
All right, now we'll have the business administrator's update.
Thank you. Before I do tonight's presentation, I do have the bond sale bid results that I have to read by law. So the first ranked bidder was UBS Financial Services with an interest rate of 3.743082%. And unfortunately, yes, I do have to read all these decimal points. Number two was Robert W. Beard and Company. Their interest rate was 3.748269%. Number three was Roosevelt and Cross. Their interest rate was 3.774201. Mesero Financial, 3.837782%. RBC Capital Markets, 3.898577%. And the last one, PNC Capital Markets LLC, 3.923449%. So once again, number one was UBS Financial Services with an interest rate of 3.743082%.
Sorry, a quick question before you go on. What was the notional amount on the,
This was for, the bond was for $25,175,000. And the bid date was on April 18th. So the budget process begins with the central office staff and administration outlining and prioritizing the tools and components necessary to provide a thorough and comprehensive educational program. The school budget is a proposed plan to enable the leadership to successfully achieve goals. This budget includes approximately an additional $1 million in state aid. Since the preliminary budget hearing, administration has continued to meet daily with each other to continually improve the final budget. Here's the overview. Tonight, we're going to cover projected revenue, enrollment and staffing, budget increases, expenditures, tax impact, and budget highlights. First up is the projected revenue. The two main sources of the district's revenue are the local tax levy and state aid. The tax levy increase is $4,041,835 for the 24-25 school year. This is a combination of the allowable 2% cap increase, as well as the allowable enrollment adjustment and health care adjustment. And you can see those are highlighted yellow. Traditionally, the district has budgeted extraordinary aid at $1 million, as this funding isn't awarded until July. This year, we've increased it to $2 million. Over the last 3 years, it has been consistently over $2 million, so we felt very comfortable increasing it. Before the pandemic, the state allowed school districts to carry 2% of our general fund budget as a surplus for the following year. During the pandemic, that percentage increased to 4%. Now that the pandemic is over, the state lowered the percentage down to 2%. This budget does include the use of a withdrawal of $1.5 million from maintenance reserve. This will leave us with a balance of approximately $3.2 million for future use. South Orange Maplewood District has established a stable base with reserve funds, providing some security for emergencies. The funds from capital and maintenance reserve could be used to soften the impact of an emergency. The district does implement procedures to maximize interest earning opportunities and receive some tuition-based students. We are conservative in our budget concerning state and federal grants, as we don't apply for these grants until June, so we budget 80% in case there are reductions. This also shows a decrease as the COVID relief funds are being spent. One of our revenues is also preschool aid. This revenue is outside of the general fund and can only be spent on preschoolers attending Montrose or one of our providers. This is the operating revenue that is currently being budgeted for the 24-25 school year. This pie chart shows that 7.89% of the district's budget is financed by the local tax levy, and 7% of the district's budget comes from state aid. Enrollment and staffing. This section of the budget could also be titled, How Did We Get Here? This chart represents the history of enrollment in the district. You can see that enrollment has increased by 132 students from last year to this year. Even though enrollment has been increasing, you can see that we are still below the enrollment of the 2016-17 school year by about 46 students. At our peak enrollment in 1920, enrollment was 7,198 students. When comparing the current school year to the 2019-2020, enrollment is down by 301 students. Staffing. This slide shows the increase in certified staff over the last 7 years. You can see that between 2016-17 and the current 2023-24 school year, there was an increase from 648 to 753 certificated staff. This is an increase of 105 staff members. This slide shows the increase in certified staff and district enrollment over the last 7 years. You can see that between 2016-17 and 23-24, there was an increase in certificated staff, but enrollment had remained somewhat flat when you compared 2016-17 to the current year. The reason for this comparison is to show that even though enrollment decreased, the district kept hiring staff. From 2020 to 2022, there was an increase of 29 staff members during the pandemic. The increase of 105 certificated staff members is one factor of many why the district faces the challenges it has in creating the 24-25 school year budget. This slide shows both certificated staff lines and enrollment lines on the same graph. Budget increases. Employee benefits. As you can see on this slide, it shows the increase in employee benefits. Since 2020-21, there has been an increase in employee benefits of over $6.5 million. Paraprofessionals. Since 2020 and 21, there has been an increase in expenditures dedicated to paraprofessionals over approximately $6.5 million. This year, we are on track to spend over $10 million. Expenditures. You can see the salary, benefits, and contracted services has an increase of around $4 million. You can also see that tuition had a decrease, transportation had a slight increase, and our debt service also had an increase. Salaries, benefits, and contract services. This budget is anticipating contractual contract increases because the state requires us to perform a public bid every 3 years. Even though our custodial services were bid last year, we did do a rebid this year because of additional services needed for the additions from construction on multiple buildings. COVID funds were paying for permanent substitutes in our schools. These funds have expired, and we will be removing the substitutes from our schools. To help reduce the burden of the loss of permanent substitutes, the district recently increased rates for substitute pay this year so we could stay competitive. There is a slight increase in the category with special services, technology, and curriculum. This is where the increase for the paraprofessionals is budgeted. Tuition. The district does have programs in district to support special needs students. Our special services department continues on strategies to build these programs. Out-of-district tuition has had a slight increase. However, with all tuition accounts combined, the overall cost of tuition decreased, and this was led by a decrease in CSSD, County Special Services District. Preschool funds are for regular educational services only. The preschool program is run as a full inclusion program. The district reserves seats for special needs children to participate in a full inclusion program, and the district has to fund the special services portion of the preschool education. There is a transfer in the budget, and it comes out of this category of the budget. And in the 24-25 school year, the transfer is approximately $1.5 million. Transportation. We do have a slight increase that was mainly driven by an increase in the aid and lieu payments to families who send their children to non-public schools. We do this in place of providing transportation. We will also be reviewing and exploring shared services and a reevaluation of all in-district routes this spring. School/department. This covers a myriad of expenses. However, this expenditure did have a decrease as the K-5 math initiative was implemented last year, and we don't have those costs this year, or going forward into next year's budget. Special services, technology, curriculum, maintenance and operation, utilities, etc. The district is increasing their investment in technology with a lease purchase finance agreement, and we are also had an increase in the cost of our utilities. This slide shows that tonight we do have a balanced budget. Budget challenges. This slide shows that our budgeted fund balance reduced by approximately $4.2 million from last year. Before COVID, the maximum unreserved fund balance the district could maintain was 2%. During COVID, districts were allowed to maintain 4% of unreserved fund balance. This 4% allowance ended on June 30th, 2022, and during the preparation of the 23-24 school budget, the state budget software calculated the amount of fund balance the district was required to budget. The amount of the fund balance budgeted in the 23-24 school year was a combination of excess surplus generated in the 21-22 school year, along with the unreserved fund balance calculation I mentioned earlier. So these increases in the following areas on the slide are what helped contribute to the deficit. So payroll and benefits was about $5.3 million. The increase in custodial costs was $750,000. Lunch aids, $185,000. Transportation was $365,000. The tech lease purchase finance, we've actually reduced that one recently, so that's actually only $636,970. Out-of-district tuition is $108,000. Paraprofessionals, we increased that by $1.5 million. OTP increased $128,000. Home instruction is $138,000. And professional services for the child study team was about $200,000. Due to the challenges listed above, the district was facing a reduction in force of approximately $2.7 million. And now I'll turn it over to Dr. Gilbert.
To meet the challenge, as he just said, about the $2.7 million, we had to institute a reduction in force. There was an original projection to be a reduction of force of 30 to 40 employees during our preliminary budget hearing. This was to reduce the deficit that we just spoke about. But in the end, we reduced our budget by only 28 positions, and this will impact 10 employees. The methodology used. We first examined all district programs from a compliance and mandate standpoint on the general education side and the special education side. We then analyzed projections for enrollments in both general education and special education. We communicated with both district and building leaders on several occasions to review various scenarios, looking for the least impactful scenario for each department and building. We examined positions that were created and not mandated during times of surplus. Some of these positions we were able to maintain, and others we opted to reduce. We attempted to make reduction decisions that minimize as much as possible the impact on our classroom instruction and stayed as true as possible to the social emotional well-being of our students. Non-instructional staffing was also reviewed, and reduction decisions were made to maintain operational effectiveness and efficiency. As I stated after the preliminary budget hearing, we went back to our departments to relook at our budgets one more time to see if we could come up with additional savings. After meeting with all our departments after the preliminary budget, the district was able to reduce our Fergus implementation by $175,000. I'm going to pause here. The original assessment for our Fergus implementation implementation was around $525,000. That was an aspirational goal. Remember, there were no dollars assigned to implement this recommendation last school year. We have to have monies to implement it this year per the settlement agreement, but plus this is the right thing to do to build our diversity, equity, and inclusion program around making sure we secure those recommendations. However, I could not in good conscience start a fresh budget at $500,000 knowing the situation that we were in. So Ms. Wabel and I went back and looked at the Fergus implementation recommendations that we're putting together, and we did a real cost analysis of what are the things we can put in place now. After doing that assessment, we feel very comfortable that a $350,000 investment, is which it is now, is not only suitable, but we think is a valid investment in moving some worthwhile work here in our district. Not to mention the $175,000 that we put back in the budget was able to save 2 positions, and one of those positions is actually going to help with some of the implementation efforts because it gets to one of our recommendations around equity coaches, and we're actually going to be using the person that we were able to save to help with some of that work. So we didn't have to go hire 5 new equity coaches to do that work. So there was an intentional effort that if we give the money back, we want to make sure that that money also works towards the recommendations to help us implement those. Then there was an additional finding of $223,000 through our technology lease purchase finance agreement. The next steps. It is important to note that we looked at with positions and not particular employees. Let me say that again. We looked at positions and not particular employees. We were able to reduce many positions through attrition. That's through resignations, that's through retirements, and through non-renewals. We will be using, or we use, the last in, first out principle to determine which employees are impacted by the reduction in force. Mr. Burnside.
Thank you, Dr. Gilbert. Budget challenges. Reducing projected expenses and increasing revenues assisted in offsetting the projected deficit. As you can see on the left, we had savings for expenses, and on the right were the revenue areas where we were able to increase. Tax impact. This reflects the impact of our enrollment and health benefits adjustment on increasing the tax levy from 2% to 3.01%. But with the additional debt service aid, the overall impact is 1.66%. This is because we received some tax relief with the interest earned on bond money. As construction carries on, the amount of interest earned decreases from the funds being drawn down. Due to the property reevaluation in each town, the average assessed value has been updated. This slide shows our debt service payment, and it includes the breakdown of our payment. And as the results I read right before this presentation, last week on April 18th, the district had the bond sale for $25,175,000, and this is reflected on this slide. Budget alignment with district goals. So obviously the first goal is intentional integration, and this budget still has funds to procure the Olives Group as a consultant to continue the implementation of the initiative. Facilities. The Board of School Estimate authorized us approximately $25 million towards the successful completion of our multi-year construction project. Student Services / Business Office. The board has received updates on the rising costs of paraprofessionals, and the 24-25 budget has increased funding for the investment in our paraprofessionals. There's also currently a third-party review of special services taking place. The goal is to continue this review into the 24-25 school year to perform a review specifically on the legal costs of special services. Student achievement. The business office will continue to work with C&I and Access and Equity to continue supporting the implementation of this goal. And Access and Equity, as Dr. Gilbert just stated, there's $350,000 budgeted for the Fergus recommendations, and this includes professional development, materials, supplies. Budget highlights. This is the third consecutive year that we have technology built into this budget. To continue the district's commitment to technology infrastructure, the district is participating in a lease purchase finance agreement. This will ensure that the technology needs of the district will continue to move forward. Once again, we do have the funds for implementing the Fergus recommendations. And the Curriculum and Instruction Department will have the funds to continue the implementation of the K-2 ELA curriculum. And for the last slide, we have the town tax impact. Maplewood taxes increase approximately $255. South Orange increases by approximately $527. And once again, these figures are based upon the newly reassessed values we received from each town. Thank you. This concludes the presentation.
All right. I'm going to ask that we're going to go around to each board member. You get 2 questions, and if the discussion is more organic, then we can ask more questions, but we're not going to go through each slide and ask questions on each slide. So.
Because if I'm here. Robert's rules.
I think we're just going to have, I'm going to open the floor. If board members would like to ask questions.
Oh, unless you want to go down the line.
Wait, no.
You want to go first? So I have a lot of questions, but my first general question is just thank you for the presentation, and thank you for showing us year-on-year changes when it comes to the teachers, enrollment. I'm curious, as we look at this year, and we know that we had a deficit last year, and we've been pulling from our capital reserves. How are we going to do things differently next year to avoid having to do such large rifts? What I don't see in this presentation is like where we go from here. I think that obviously there's always room for improvement, right? Whether it's our tracking systems, how we're evaluating data. And so I'm just trying to understand how we know that what we're doing is going to continue to put us in a path that will provide our students and teachers with safety of knowing that we're not going to continue to have these issues, these huge deficits moving forward, but that we have a better way of tracking and understanding how we got here and what we can do better.
Well, it's impossible to predict what our state aid is going to be in the next coming years. We'll just go ahead, do our analysis. We could try to keep everything flat. We could do a 3-year analysis where we just use 2% tax levy as the basis. Hopefully, we'll have some assistance going forward from the state. I can't guarantee there's not going to be another deficit. Dr. Gilbert?
And additionally, as I stated in my opening statement, there will be meetings with department leaders once whatever decision is made on the budget as we look to next year on how we can efficiently and effectively utilize our department budgets with the eye towards making sure we're centralizing those services directly to the supports of our students in our schools, and then making sure that if there's any excess or extra monies that we have, we put them in coffers to protect ourselves in case this situation happens again. We know the state formula is of question. We know that the amount of money we received as a state is going to be lessened. And so in order for us to make sure we meet mandates, we're going to have to do some responsible spending of our resources so that we can make sure that we try to insulate ourselves and protect. To Mr. Burnside's point, we can't guarantee that's going to work, but I think if we increase our intentional habits about how we spend our money and have an eye towards the future on things that we want to do, we can help mitigate any type of other risks or mitigate any kind of severe challenges that may happen. Additionally, we want to work with our building leaders to help look at efficiencies around some of the other areas. We talked about our paraprofessionals and what that cost is seeming to rise through our current contract with ESS. One of the things we are going to do is we're going to look to, we know that in one of the areas, one of the reasons why we're seeing a rise in our paraprofessionals is the rise of using our 504 behavior of paraprofessionals for things that come out of our 504s. Ms. Boudin and I had conversations. We're going to actually be looking at trying to build some type of behavioral framework in our schools to kind of help mitigate the use of paraprofessionals to assist with behavior management. We're going to be very intentional about putting parameters around making sure we've done everything we could outside of their legal mandates that cause us to use paraprofessionals, but the things that we can control, we're going to try to make sure we help our leaders and strengthen our leaders so they're able to be more successful at doing that. And then finally, when it comes to our paraprofessionals, we're going to be working with our school leaders in terms of the hours and things that they use and the time that they use to try to mitigate some other concerns with ESS. But that's just an example that I want to give you of the kind of thinking we're going to be doing going forward when it comes to managing our resources and our budget. We've got to do our part from a leadership standpoint to make sure we help mitigate reductions in force.
Board Member Meyer?
So this is either for you, Mr. Burnside, or you, Dr. Gilbert. It's sort of two parts. Number one, I know that the public has not seen or received right now a detailed comparison last year to this year as far as all the parts of the budget. And I believe that's because it would be too easy to see where different parts of the RIF are taking place without employees being notified. So I'm wondering if you can speak, number one, to when we'll be able to give the public that detailed info. And also, as a follow-up, when we do see it, can you explain where, how we've determined where the funds, where the cuts are coming through? Where there are different parts of the district's budget that were targeted more than others, or was this an across-the-board cut?
I'm going to answer the first part of your question, and I'm going to turn the second part over to Mr. Burnside. Okay? So the first part of your question is why you can't see the detailed budget. You're exactly right. Because we have not notified staff, we have not talked to the 10 impacted employees yet, or who are going to be reduced in force. We cannot put that budget out there because it's too easily identifiable on who those individuals are. Here is the timeline. After passage of this budget, and we've secured passage of this budget, I'll be meeting with Mr. Adedoyan, and we will schedule a timeline when we will meet with the 10 individuals who are going to be impacted by the reduction of force. The plan is to have those meetings with those individuals before our May 9th reorganization meeting. Following that May 9th reorganization meeting, we should be able to go ahead and post, which you need to see the comparison, simply because we're trying to protect the identities of these individuals as much as we can, so we as an opportunity have opportunity to let them know that because of the reduction in force, we're going to have to let them go. And I think it's important and imperative that we have the opportunity to meet with these individuals, because I do not want these individuals to figure out who they are because we've posted some information online. And so we also have to meet with our principals, because if you remember, we said we're using the last in, first out methodology. What that means is someone who was tenured in one of the positions that we have riffed actually bumps someone else who was non-tenured. So there's moving pieces to that puzzle. And so one of the reasons why we haven't given you the positions or you haven't seen the budget yet is because someone may figure out, if we did that, someone could figure out, oh my, that's my position in there, but that does not necessarily mean that they have actually been cut. And so it's about protecting and about giving us the opportunity to do what's right, and that is let these individuals know personally without finding that information out publicly. Mr. Burnside?
Now, with that said, Dr. Gilbert's talking about the cost center, the very detailed report. By law, we do have to post the user-friendly budget within 48 hours of the budget being approved by the board. So that will be no later than Monday. But that's a very high-level budget, though.
Yeah, so just for the second part of my question, if you don't mind, since we can't release those numbers, could you talk about the manner in which the district looked to cut costs? We've heard, obviously, both in email and tonight from the many talented members of our arts and music students and interested parents. Are there certain parts of our budget that have been singled out as opposed to others, or how are we addressing the cuts as far as different departments?
So we did not single out any one department. Nobody got cut more than anybody else. I've got 3 examples here. For instance, textbooks. That was a reduction of 35% across the district. It didn't just center on one area. Anybody that had a textbook, they got reduced. Supplies. Anybody that has supplies, whether it's Mr. Giglio in the facilities department, or if it's somebody in social studies, their supplies were reduced. Also, professional development across the district, that was reduced as well. So it was a very methodical approach. We didn't just identify one department. We went across the entire district. All departments were impacted the same.
Member Eckert, because you, yeah.
Thank you. It's a follow-up to Mr. Burnside, what you were talking about in the cuts in textbooks and supplies and going back to Dr. Gilbert, what you said, like the first thing that you have to assess is like what's the impact to the students. And I guess for me and my assumption, probably a lot of other people, how can I'm trying to triangulate all of that. There's 35% cuts across every single department in supplies and textbooks. What is the plan to supplement that? Like how are teachers going to be doing what they need to be doing in the classroom? I know it's a very broad question, but I think that's a very obvious thing that needs to be answered.
Please keep in mind, it's not me making the cuts myself. It's not me all by myself. I consult with Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum Instruction. We talked about this. She said she would be able to make it work. I said, okay, we can dial back if you need. She said, we're good.
Member Callahan?
Hold on, yeah. And I think that gets, and to add to that, I think that gets back to what I talked about in terms of really working with our leaders. We're gonna have to be innovative. We're gonna have to be creative. We're gonna have to look and see what our budgets look like and make sure, remember when I said earlier, when we talk about that, I want all of our departments to look at their resources and figure out how we can still best meet the needs of our students. You don't have a large number of money that you had to do textbooks, so we need to make sure that the areas or the subject areas that need the most investment at this time, they will get that investment, and then we can figure out on the back end, are there some grants that we can apply for, or there's some other means to bring other funds in to try to support some of the things that we may not be. It's gonna take us elevating our thinking. It's gonna take us elevating our thought processes to make this work. I feel your question. I hear what your question is, but make no mistake about it. We can still keep students as a priority based on the amount of resources we have. We just have to be more innovative in how we use those funds and creative.
Board Member Callahan, then Board Member Whitletter.
Thank you. So as someone who has personally experienced the difficulties related to a reduction in force within the education sector, I approach these conversations around budget decisions with a heightened sensitivity. So when we're talking about the gravity of these decisions on individuals in our community, I just want to implore us to really navigate these situations with empathy and consideration for the folks affected, and our district leaders who worked incredibly hard to reduce it as much as was possible. With that, something I wanted to lift up here was the data demonstrated that we continued hiring even as we saw a dip in student enrollment across the last few years. So I would love some insight into how we review and assess enrollment as it relates to staffing needs and hiring. And then given where we are now, are there additional monitoring steps that we're considering or anticipate making in light of that in terms of both hiring personnel as well as monitoring our budget on a more frequent basis to potentially reduce the likelihood of this happening again in the near future?
So Mr. Adedoyan and I have talked about this, and we're going to take a step-by-step approach where from here on out, we're going to just look at the needs and wants, the needs of the districts and the wants of the districts, and we're going to evaluate every position and see if we can get by without it. Do we need it or do we want it?
And additionally, we're going to take this time of transition and movement with people movement to really look at central office and see how central office is organized in a manner to make sure all the services and needs that we put for students, we're actually meeting those needs. We're going to look at how we're doing our social work program. We're going to look at how we're using our guidance counselors. We're going to look and see how we are making sure our coaches and things are meeting the instructional needs. We're going to look and see what programs and services that we have and make sure that those are the effective programs and services that we have. We're going to do a complete assessment. In times like this, This is a time for us to really reevaluate ourselves as a school system and then figure out from that school system basis how we can actually achieve the goal that we want to, which is meeting the needs of our students and our staff. We're going to look at what kind of supports our staff needs. We're going to be paying close attention to how we're implementing new programs. We're going to pay close attention to how we're offering the professional development to our staff. When I talk about us being intentional, we have no room for error now. We're just talking about trying to pass a budget that is going to cause some people to have to lose their job. I'm not taking that easy. I'm not sleeping at night because of that. And because of that, when we're going to come back, if you pass this budget, is the expectation of every leader in this district that we now have to take ownership and make sure that we are the true stewards that the taxpayers expect us to be. And that's going to be the message that we're going to drive home, and that's how I hope we can continue to meet the needs of this district going forward. Sure.
Oh, sorry. So I know we place a really large emphasis on social emotional learning, and I think most folks will agree that the more priority we place on adult social emotional well-being, the better off our kids are too. And so in this time of challenge in our district, how do we anticipate prioritizing the well-being and morale of our staff who remains in light of this RIF, in light of these budget cuts, which have these across the board deficits, to Board Member Eckerd's point, which really reduce the things that they have available to them, or what they have. I think the phrase "do more with less" was used at a prior meeting. And so I'm just curious, I know it's something you place a lot of priority on, Dr. Gilbert, so I'd just love to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and you'll see a lot of this reflected in the diversity and equity plan, or workforce diversity plan, when it comes out. We are trying to place a high premium on morale. We understand that morale was low and it's still totally ticking up, but this has done a lot to kind of harm that. Some of the things I've asked Mr. Adedoyan to do and his team who are putting together their diversity workforce plan is just look at ways of how we can be intentional about building up morale. We're going to try to get a survey into our district, into our hands, so we can get real data on how our teachers are feeling, what kind of supports that they need. I struck something where we have listening sessions with our teachers where they actually can come in and express themselves. We'll probably see more increases in doing things like that. We want to look at, what are some things we can do to help support our teachers more, giving them more choice and voice in some of the things that we do. When I talk about being innovative, we're probably going to do some things that we're not used to doing in the school district of South Orange and Maplewood, right? We're not used to sitting down with our union and working collaboratively on building up the morale and building up those kind of things. Looking at, how we are investing in the growth of our leaders, of our buildings, as well as how we are investing in the growth of our teachers as well, and just listening to them. We're going to build up our affinity spaces, which are going to give opportunities for educators to come around. We've heard a lot about student affinity spaces. We're going to be investing in adult affinity spaces so that our adults, whatever role they have, can have an opportunity to not only talk to one another, but also bounce ideas off of one another. So you're going to see, when that workforce diversity plan come out, a huge emphasis on helping to build up the morale within our school district going forward. And that doesn't stop because we have a budget deficit that we had to work with.
Thank you.
Board Member Whitletter?
One quick comment before I ask my question, but I think it's really important just to add some context that, going back to the arts budget conversation, is that not all budgets are equal. So a 35% reduction in the arts budget can literally decimate that budget. And I just want to make sure that we're aware of that, because the 35% budget for other programs and departments that have significant funding, it's going to feel a lot different for students and for teachers. So one of the things that I think the board and the community are really grappling with is the impact, right? So we just, we're using these broad strokes as 35%. What is the actual impact for students? What is the impact for teachers? Is there an impact? So as we look at the budget reductions that we're looking to make, can you talk us through the analysis that was done on all expenditures? And can you provide a detailed description of each of the expense reductions that is being taken? So it would be helpful if we could put the slide up. It's slide 27. I have it right here, but for example, the idea of eliminating permanent building subs. One of the questions I have about that is that was one of the recommended strategies from last year's budget that we were going to do last year. So I just wanted to understand, did we do that last year? Were we not able to do that last year? And that's why it was pushed to this year. You know, just going through this, like moving some lunch monitors to food service. What is some? Eliminating some aides on buses. Like if you could quantify some of these things and walk us through what this will look and feel like next year, that would be really helpful.
So leadership last year, the decision to remove the permanent subs was over, how do I say this? The decision to remove them was not the decision of the business office. Initially, it was a recommendation, and then as the final budget was passed, we were told not to do that. It was just a leadership call. I followed what the leadership was, the orders were given to me. As far as going through every single, you're talking about the budget challenges, which is actually slide 28? Yeah. Okay. So the second one is going to be moving some lunch monitors to food service. So this is just basic accounting. We're moving the cost, or the charges, if you will, of the food service monitors from Fund 10 to Fund 60. We've worked with the Department of Agriculture. We got the go-ahead on our application, so we're moving ahead with that. Eliminate some aides on buses. Yes. Board Member Eckert, you are correct. We're not eliminating all aides, and I realized after the preliminary budget hearing how that could be construed. That was not the intent. If there's a special needs child, they will certainly have an aide if they need one. We're moving our dental insurance to a self-insured model that doesn't have any impact on benefits or the quality of the benefits or the cost of the benefits to the employees. It's just going to save the district money. The tuition from the County Special Services District, our enrollment is down, and it's been down, so we were able to find some savings there as well. Maintenance. I talked with Mr. Giglio. We sat down, we looked at his budget, and this is the number that we both agreed to, that he could still function very well. Yeah, it's going to be okay. He's very comfortable with this. Supplies, that was just an across the board. Like I said, same with textbooks. I spoke with Ann Bonner, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction. The 774562 number, this was the implementation of the K-5 math, and it's over with. So that initial cost, we don't have that anymore. And professional development, I believe that's about $300,000 line item, and working with Ann Bonner, we were able to move that down. We were able to decrease it to $74,182. On the right side of the screen, you'll see the revenue. The healthcare adjustment and enrollment adjustment, that is from the state. That's where we're allowed to go above the 2%, which brings our tax levy to 3.01%. And miscellaneous revenue, interest rates are up. We were able to work with our bank and calculate a $75,000 revenue increase just from the interest on our cash in our bank account. The semi number that comes from the state, I'm not quite sure how they calculate that. That's just given to us. So that was an increase of $26,000. Like I said, extraordinary aid has traditionally been over $2 million for the last 3 years. Traditionally, we've only budgeted $1 million. So we were able to double it and make it a $2 million. So we increased extraordinary aid by $1 million. And then just our flat state aid increase, $1,025,178.
Just a real quick follow-up. So regarding maintenance, I know it's coming down by $600,000, which is decreasing by about 28%. So right now in the budget allocation, there's just over $2 million for maintenance projects next year. Can you give us more detail, because it wasn't in there, but I know that this is a priority for the board, and obviously it's something that the community is really concerned about. Are we going to be fixing the CHS auditorium next year?
Yes, we are, and that's going to be capital reserve, not maintenance reserve.
Let me follow up. I'm glad you put that in the space because we had a meeting with some of community members who were concerned about that. And so, yes, we are going to be using I want to get this right, our capital reserves to help get the auditorium back in order at Columbia High School. And we're actually planning to bring those groups of families in with us again to actually help us figure out how to do it right. We're going to use these capital funds to invest in building as close to a state-of-the-art auditorium as possible for our students and our staff at Columbia High School. And we're going to be collaborating with a group of families, those group of parents who came, who have ideas on what that could look like. I'm sorry we couldn't get a intermediate plan to get that the auditorium ready for people to use this year, but make no mistake about it, that is still a priority of us here in the administration, and our intent is to invest to make sure we get the auditorium ready for our students and for our staff to be able to use and invest some quality dollars into that.
Just a quick follow-up on that. What is in our capital reserve? Am I missing? I don't see it on slide 5. That's why I'm asking.
Well, the overall balance is approximately 9.2 million. And I believe we have the rigging quotes, and we're just waiting the lighting quotes before we can start to evaluate the entire proposal in committee.
And just so since we're on the record with the community, the plan is to reach out to Mr. Glass, who was leading the families, at some point next week, so that we can organize a meeting with that group again, with them and the team of our administrators who they met with soon. So Mr. Glass, if you hear me, I'll be sending a message to you soon.
Board Member Gifford?
I'm not going to lie, that 600,000 decrease in maintenance scares me a little because I have parents coming up to me and already speaking about how bad the bathrooms are. So I think it's going to be hard to keep.
Don't forget, we did pull 1.5 million out of the maintenance reserve, so we're good.
No, that was just some humor. But no. So I appreciate Dr. Gilbert making the effort to save as much of the Fergus initiative as possible, but we're still making some pretty substantial cuts to it. Can you describe what exactly that looks like, and are we legally covered to do so? Could this endanger us from falling out of compliance with this settlement? My fear is such a large cut in the initiative could set us back, in addition to those huge cuts in curriculum and instruction and professional development, which probably affect that indirectly as well.
Thank you. I think that's a very important question. So we went from 0 to an aspirational version of about $525,000 at the initial ask. And that $525,000 investment included some aspirational things around a data warehouse system, professional development, equity coaches, which actually if we wanted 5 new equity coaches, that actually would have pushed that number a little bit above the 5. I don't have the exact number of what that actually would have looked like. Helping to bring consultants in to kind of help us build these affinity spaces for our staff and our students. I'm trying to bring this all, and then I think there's a couple of other things in there. So the reduction from 175 centered around this. We're going to do some changes outside of the Fergus recommendations to get us to our data warehouse. We're using a performance matters system right now that's not working. We're going to move away from that. We have some Star Renaissance or reading data and math data work that aren't working. We're going to remove those and then go out and get a data warehouse that can replace both of those. That money doesn't come out of Fergus. It meets our demand to meet the needs, because Dr. Fergus has talked to us, in order for us to be successful, we've got to build infrastructure. And until we get our data infrastructure where it needs to be, we won't be able to monitor our successes or failures. But we don't have to use Fergus dollars to do that because we got other dollars to actually do that. Around the professional development, you heard about the cuts that CNI offered, but there are professional development dollars still inside of the Fergus recommendation, the monies. We will use those professional development dollars to help, in the words of the recommendations, build high-level, intense anti-racist, anti-bias training and other cultural trainings that are going to help us meet the needs of our students, ramp up our culturally responsive teaching work, which also now dovetails in the curriculum instruction, which means we can help curriculum instruction offset some of the money they had to put back, but still meet those recommendations in the Fergus recommendation plan. We were very clear to make sure we didn't move the dollars out that's going to prevent us from really building our staff infrastructure through professional development, and to also not mess with our data infrastructure, which we found other outside sources. The $350,000 is a start, and not having any money to do any work on that, and now saying in this budget crisis, we are going to invest in $350,000, I think that's going to give us a great start to implement it, and then also gives us a benchmark to start looking at so we can assess how much more dollars we may need to invest going forward. This is just, we've done a lot in year one, which we're going to present to you at some point when we do our next committee meeting as a whole, and you will see the amount of progress we've made. Year two is going to be about building up these infrastructures so that whatever work we do will sustain.
Well, I have a question. I'm going to ask a question. Anyone else have all right, I just have a question. I guess we talk about reduction in force, which is a reduction in positions, and I was wondering, how does it affect our classes and then class sizes?
So the reality is that when you have to do a reduction in force, especially when you're talking about eliminating positions that we'll want to add, there is always a concern of possible class size increases. What we did was to try to mitigate that as best as possible is we looked at many different various sources to help us predict enrollment. We have FTE counts. Our curriculum and instruction department does an exceptional job of looking at class sizes. We also looked at how many classes that are in the minimum of what our board policy says. And we did an analysis to look and see, okay, if we move one teacher here, what would that do to class sizes? And if we saw that it ballooned the class size, we did not make that move. For example, I met with a particular middle school principal and their assistant principal who handles the scheduling. And we looked at their class sizes in some of the classes that don't offer, that are the minimum. And then we actually went through and say, okay, if I take 2 teachers out of, say, ELA in your middle school, what would that do? They would put the calculation up, and it gave me a prediction on how big the class size, and we would go, that's too big. We can't do that. I asked the curriculum and instruction department for our elementary schools to do a wholesale scan of what certain impacts would happen. They provided me 3 different scenarios, and on those 3 different scenarios, we looked at what it would do to our policy in terms of our classroom maximum, and I picked the policy with the least, I picked the scenario with the least impact, and we still were able to not to reduce the number of teachers that plan actually called for. We have what I call, and I may be doing this wrong, hidden FTEs. What does that mean? We have one school, for example, that has been funded for 5 particular sections in a particular grade, but for the last 3 years, they've operated with 3. Those 2 FTEs are what we call hidden FTEs. There are FTEs that we have not used. There are FTEs that we haven't used, we haven't had students in, we haven't had teachers in. Those were some of the first cuts I would make. So basically, it was positions that we weren't even using that I was able to pull that helped keep bodies here in. I know we're talking positions, but it helped to keep bodies in while we were able to reduce those particular positions. There were lots of meetings. There were lots of conversations, and we did pay very close attention. And I believe where we've landed in terms of our reduction in force, we still should see minimal influence on our class sizes, and I don't believe we're going to go over any of our class size numbers inside of our current policy. But I can't guarantee that, but I believe we did a yeoman's job to protect our class sizes as much as possible.
Two things. One is just more of a statement. We, over the past couple of weeks, get a lot of information, and I know the community has not gotten a lot of information. And so one thing that I'm concerned with is just, even though we have 10 staff members, there are still positions that are just not being filled, that are no longer being, that are through attrition are leaving our district. And so I want to make sure that, one, the community understands that the reason why we keep talking about the RIFs, even though we can't be totally transparent about it, thank you, Dr. Gilbert, for explaining that, is because there are a lot of positions that our district just won't have because of the attrition, and that does give us pause. And I think that is why we are very concerned about classrooms, very concerned about the students' experiences in this district at all grades, because it's just not clear how that is going to impact them, not just next year, but future years. The second thing is, when it comes to supplies, again, the presentation doesn't really offer all the data that we have received. So for example, when it comes to math, we have data that shows that as early as 2021, our math supplies were $128,000. This year, it's $6,000 for grades 9 through 12. For us to see such a big gap and then not have any summary or analysis as to why is what's impacting all these questions tonight. You can only do so much when you're just getting emails with data and looking at folders with data, which is why I said I don't want us to be micromanaged when it comes to our questions, because this is the one time that all 9 of us can come together and really try to understand what all this data is that has been given to us, especially some data that has been given to us as early as last night that we're still going through. So with that said, I do think it's important that people understand not just that this is 35% cuts across the district when it comes to curriculum, textbooks and supplies, but the fact that these numbers are low. And perhaps, Mr. Burns said you can give some clarity, perhaps some of the numbers were higher in 2021 because they were from ESSER funds. Could you provide a little bit of clarity, because math is really low, science, what do we have here? In 2021, science supplies was $49,600. And
Sorry, this is not public information. It is not public information.
These are supplies numbers.
It's not public information. Please don't share non-public information.
I don't understand how it cannot be public.
It is not. That's a different problem, whether what is
Patrick?
public and not, but it's not public information.
All of this is going to be in a cost center analysis that you're going to be putting on our website.
When they put it out there, you're welcome to talk about it. It's not public right now.
So my question is this. These numbers were very big in 2021 in the 6 figures, and what I want to understand is that because we were using ESSER funds? Thank you.
No, we were not using ESSER funds.
Case in point, my point is just that's why we've been asking all these questions about supplies and how students are going to be impacted. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Board Member Duval Wilson. And I also want to say, pick up on something else that you talked about in terms of how we're going to make sure we monitor this going forward. I hear your concern, and Mr. Burnside and I have talked about the next year as we move towards the budgetary process. We're going to put different checks in place to make sure we're monitoring as well as providing information so we can guide ourselves along the way to make sure that the information that you request and the information that you desire or the board desires that they receive. We're going to work together on this.
Board Member Eckert?
Dr. Gilbert, I appreciate it. I think you've done a good job of talking about the monitoring and the kind of path forward in how we can keep a closer eye on this. You know, the one thing I just want to make sure that we are doing, I think, moving forward is, you know, Mr. Burnside, when you talked about some of the challenges like the timing of state aid, I mean, it concerns me because it feels like it's almost like short-sighted budgeting, because we're not forecasting at least 2 to 3 years out, which I know is pretty common practice across other districts and has been done here before. So I want to understand, if we can understand those challenges and why it can't be done, I think that would really help, I mean, for me, myself, like kind of grasp, you know, again, the situation that we're in and how do we potentially prevent this in the future.
I just want to make something clear. Me and my staff obsess over the budget. We have been monitoring it, and I think we've been pretty clear about that in FFT. So I just want to clear that up. As far as forecasting, it's a little difficult right now just because we're in the middle of negotiations. I don't know what state aid's going to look like. I don't know what health benefits is going to look like. We can try to guess, but it's just a very difficult climate to try to predict and forecast anything as far as a budget 3 years out.
I just want to clarify that 100% of the information that the FFT committee got was immediately sent to rest of the board. So let there be no doubt that information was not flowing through. Analysis, that's different. But 100% of any information that was given or provided or talked about in the FFT meeting was available immediately to the rest of the board. So I don't want anyone hiding behind the fact saying I didn't have enough information.
Yeah, no.
Member Second Gable?
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Burnside and Dr. Gilbert. A lot of my questions have been answered already, but I do have one more. I think it was you, Dr. Gilbert, you talked about using resources responsibly going forward to try to rebuild and get to a better place in future years. Just curious if you have any thoughts on how, as we rebuild, how the district will prioritize what to phase back in as we're looking at, you know, supplies, curriculum, we're looking at staffing, human resources. How will you prioritize, or the business office prioritize what comes back as we go?
Absolutely. So I will be working closely with both the Human Resource Department and the Business Administration Office to help our departments look at if there's an influx of funds or anything that comes in to kind of help us rebuild, you know, what those priorities could look like. Part of training up our leaders and our building leaders is to bring people in to help talk about, you know, budgeting, equitable budgeting. What does budgeting look like in terms of moving the work in your office? The first major thing that I'm going to be doing is prioritizing what positions go back if we get monies. I'm hoping all of the conversations with our elected officials that I'm doing is going to pay off. I'm hoping for that. I think it's going to be the Assemblywoman that I mentioned earlier. She is on board with saying this is her priority, and we're going to prioritize what happens next, again, with this frame in mind. Classroom instruction, student well-being, and our staff well-being, all being important areas that I want to concentrate on to make sure we build that up. And so I'll meet with SLT to kind of help come up with that priority list. And once we have it, We will then make sure we execute when appropriate. You're welcome.
Board Member Whitletter?
So I would just want to go back to one of the statements that you made, and I really do appreciate your honesty. You said you can't guarantee that there won't be a deficit in the future. And I want to go back to that because as a board, we're sitting in the same seat that we were last year, where we're looking at a balanced budget, but we've just learned of a shortfall. Last year was $4.5 million. This year we're learning of a $9.5 million deficit during the budget process. And so I just have to underscore like how serious this is. Starting now, what confidence can you give this board and can you give this community that we are not going to see these steep budget shortfalls again? Because at a certain point, this money runs out. Based on the reserve balances that you've said that we've had, we could not sustain another 3-year period that we're currently living in based on the reserves that we have. And so I need to hear from you that it just can't happen again. And I need to know from the business office, like how you're going to make sure starting tomorrow that you're doing the work necessary so that one, the board's involved every step along the way. We are identifying when expenditures are going up by a lot. And that we are flagging these things, that we're on top of it, and that we're mitigating as much as possible. I've heard some bits and pieces, but almost $15 million. We can't sustain this.
You're asking me to guarantee a lot of things that are out of the business office's control. Number one, state aid. I can't control that. If they decide to take money away, I have no control over that. I cannot guarantee you that you will not have another deficit. I can guarantee you that the business office will do everything we can to make sure we have a balanced budget and to minimize the impact on the classroom and the students.
Can I ask a follow-up? Can I ask a follow-up?
Follow? Yeah, Board Member Callahan and then Board Member Valimani.
Great. Just to build or piggyback on what Board Member Whitletter said, I think it's clear, right? There's plenty of things that are unpredictable in basically all sectors. The things that are in your locus of control, though, in terms of the role and the financial stewardship, could you talk us through potentially like a handful of items that are in your locus of control that would contribute potential to more sustainability, more stability moving forward, those that are. So it might be things I'm thinking about would potentially be more participation from the departments on an ongoing basis, more update, like things like that would be in your locus of control, kind of working with the team and working with your team and with the extended team. So if you could talk us through, obviously we know the unpredictable things, but what are the things that are in your locus of control as BA that potentially could use some movement or could be improved?
So one of the biggest things that we have control over is purchasing, and we always look for cost savings. One of our best instruments for creating a savings is going out to bid. Right now we're working with special services. We've got about 4 or 5 different occupational, physical therapy, home instruction, that kind of, those kinds of services, and we're creating competition and we're trying to make some savings there. Another one's transportation. We're constantly looking at revamping our routes, looking to have some efficiencies, shared services, maybe something with another district. Those are the kinds of things that we have control over, and those are the things that we do very well.
Member Valimani?
I mean, it kind of surprises me how little we understand what the business office does. I mean, business office is not sitting out there and spending money. The CNI is spending money. Special services is spending money. You spend money on transportation. They are just accounting, writing checks, and being the CFO. So asking them to say, how can we have less cost next year? That's a useless question. They have no clue. The real question you should be asking is, where have the increases happened, which is very clear on page 27 that you correctly pointed out on the slide, and look at each line item and say, why are they increasing? And you will find that that's what our community wants. I mean, if the transportation costs are increasing, well, the community wants that. We are spending $375,000 paying for transportation of kids who don't even go to our school. They go to a private school. We pay for that. And that has increased by like a good 100 students there. Similarly, paraprofessionals. I mean, it's not like we're going to deny a special, anyone a paraprofessional. I mean, it's increasing. Now, the real question is, how do we control that? Asking the business office to say that, oh, can you guarantee there's not going to be a deficit is not going to work. There will be a deficit next year if the same trend continues. I'll tell you this right now. If the paraprofessionals continue to increase at the rate they're increasing, healthcare costs continue to the way they're increasing, we will have a deficit next year. So it's not rocket science. This is simple addition.
I think one thing that we're missing here is that,
Well,
sorry.
yeah. You have a question or?
I do have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to know what the board can do to help, because we're the ones that vote on this. We're the ones that are supposed to understand it, but we're not the day-to-day. And so we have all these committee meetings, and I don't think it should just be on FFT. FFT has a lot on their plate, and FFT, you've done a great job of trying to keep us up to date. You really have. But it's not just up to FFT. I think that we need to have a different way that we talk about budgets in our committee meetings. I think based on what Dr. Gilbert has said about how we need to redirect and think more innovatively about how we're going to move forward. I think our committees need to be part of that. The board needs to be part of that conversation, because we're all accountable for moving this district forward. And if Arun is feeling like people don't understand how the BA office is working, obviously there's a lot that's just not working in general. There's a lot of silos happening. I've experienced it myself when I've been in CNI asking about certain budgets, and then there's a disconnect. I think that our meetings need to be structured a little bit differently to have more accountability for conversations in our committees every month. There needs to be a tracking system that is used across all committees when it comes to our finances, that we're all each using, that we all understand, so that we can support central office, so that our departments can support central office, so that he can say confidently, actually, after the past 5-6 months of getting all this data from CNI and from curriculum and instruction, FFT, special services, I can very confidently say X, Y, Z. It shouldn't be in silos.
Is there a response to that, or? Board Member Callahan, then Board Member.
Okay, so I think connected to what Nubia is saying, I think some of those points are thank you for making them. So one thing I've been thinking about is, potentially thinking through something different. I know we've talked a lot about being innovative here in our district, and I think it's very clear we have a community that seeks transparency, that seeks engagement, and I think that as a board and as a district, we should be responsive to those things. And so I think figuring out how we promote more engagement and empowerment around a more participatory, it's a tricky word, sorry, budget process that allows for some of that, to your point, that breaks down some of those silos even between us on the committee, but also invites in some feedback from our senior leadership, from our students, from our teachers, from our community, I think would be a great move going forward to kind of get at some of those points.
Board President, just a point of order. I know we're going to talk about all this stuff again in the action portion of the meeting. Could we finish questions just so we can get to? Okay, I just want to make sure we get to the public speaks. It's 10:30 at night.
I think we kind of have reached the point of, like, we're done with this discussion, but I just want to push back on this idea that there are silos. We have probably, to me, one of the most transparent boards this year. One of the things that we've done is we've created a document repository where everyone can see everything from our committee meetings. As soon as the committee meeting is over, those meeting minutes are there. You can see all the documents that are shared with those boards. And I can tell you, in previous years, it was said to be shared, but no one could find anything because they were all in these specific places for the board members in that committee. We've changed that this year so that everyone can see everything when it happens, as it happens. So I will push back strongly against the idea that there are silos. We share information and we want to make sure that everybody knows what is happening. But if are there any more questions? All right. I guess then we move on to the board president's update. All right. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we received the final budget presentation for the 2024-2025 school year. I want to take time to address the administration's difficult decisions regarding the reduction in force. It's important to recognize that these decisions are never taken lightly, and they deeply affect our staff, students, and the entire community. First and foremost, the board's priority is always the quality of education and the well-being of our students. Unfortunately, budget considerations always influence these decisions that we make to ensure that there's financial stability in our district. We understand that rifts can create uncertainty and anxiety among staff, and we deeply appreciate the dedication and hard work of every member of our school community. Throughout this process, the administration has worked diligently to minimize the impact of rifts on our students' learning experience. Likewise, members of this board have been committed to preserving the integrity of our academic programs and ensuring that our students continue to receive the support they need to succeed. We have all played a role in ensuring that any reduction in force will have minimal impact on students in our district. Nonetheless, our budget shortfall will require staffing cuts to bring our budget into balance. The administration took great care to distribute these cuts across departments so that no single area bears the brunt of this budget season. We understand that this news may be difficult to hear, but every decision made by this body is made with the best interest of our students and our community in mind. Moving on to another prominent topic on our agenda, the Greenway Project has taken on a much larger role in our discussions. As discussed in our municipal partnerships meetings, the meetings was to be discussed in our April FFT meeting, and if everything was okay, it would be brought before the board for approval tonight. That is exactly what happened. One question the board received: why was there a delay? There was no delay. It's simply the reality of our calendar. Other topics required more immediate attention, such as the findings of the district's federal audit in February, the preliminary budget in March, and the Board of School Estimate meeting to secure funding to finish the long-range facilities plan. Additionally, we've had labor negotiations, a superintendent search, and the recent arrest of a high school principal. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for patience from town leaders. The Greenway Project may seem straightforward, but it's not. It involves more than passing a resolution because we are told it is a gift. When we looked at the agreement, one thing that stood out: it was signed between town leaders and a developer regarding use of school property without first including district administration in the discussion. The agreement signed in May 2023 didn't reach our business office until late last year. I believe, as Mayor Adams has stated, that such agreements should include all stakeholders from the start, including the district, the developer, and town officials. Unfortunately, this did not happen. When the FFT committee examined the agreement, it revealed that while there were improvements to one section of school property for the Greenway, all liability and maintenance costs fell to the district after its completion. Given the budgetary challenges faced by our district and municipalities, I made sure to request an agreement that town leaders would provide maintenance. However, we did not receive this agreement from Maplewood until this month. Keeping that in mind, we were glad that Maplewood will provide maintenance for the Greenway for the next 10 years. In the end, I'm pleased that the board can make this project a reality, but in the future, there needs to be better cooperation between municipal leaders and the school district. It's important to remember that the board is not the school district. In closing, let us continue to strive for collaboration and transparency in all our endeavors, ensuring the best outcomes for our students and community. And I will now read the board president's statement. The school board meeting is a meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oops, where is the next one? All right, I'll just move on to the online version. Hold on. Yeah, I'm missing a sheet. Here. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment, and in many cases, a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, the administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent of schools. If the superintendent of schools is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the Board of Education, it is then referred to the appropriate board committee. The members of the board committee work with the administration and the superintendent to ensure that the members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with the board members for consideration. Only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at the public meeting. Thank you for coming in person and dialing in by phone. This evening, the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education certainly respects that you've taken the time out of your busy day to address the board at tonight's meeting. We value public involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. The board does have time limits by policy, and will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible this evening. Each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak. Please do your best to stay within the time afforded to you. The first public comment period is usually limited to 1 hour, and the second public comment period may be limited to 30 minutes. All input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. And tonight we will be prioritizing anything that is on the agenda, and then anything else will be moved toward the end for the first hour. All right, so the first person we have for public speaks is Henry Satone.
Here, there we go. Hey guys, thanks for hearing me. No, it's late, so I'm gonna keep it short. I think there's been a lot of arguing in the community. I don't think that this situation here, because this crap happened last year too, it just didn't cost 10 people their jobs because of some ninja accounting you guys do. But now it's come to a head where it's starting to cost jobs, is the fault of anyone sitting on this dais. You know whose fault it is? It's our fault, the taxpayers in this district, because we keep asking you guys for stuff, and then we get the stuff, and then we don't want to pay the bill. And we also don't want to raise the money for the stuff privately if we can't get the taxpayers to do it. We don't want to do that stuff at all. You get a huge amount of pushback when, you know, when the bill comes at the end after everyone's had the meal and had the drinks and they got to divide the bill up. So one of the problems is we've been treating our town like it's disposable. You're going to push your kids through the school system to college. You're going to sell your house, hopefully for more than you paid for it, which it does because we have a great school district. And if you lived in a place with a crappy school district, like places where I grew up, you didn't get that option, okay? My parents' house actually sold for less than they paid for it. So what we need to do is say, hey, if we're going to have these shortfalls on a regular basis, we either need to go and levy this money. I'm the only person here who's ever said, please increase my taxes. Please, please increase my taxes, okay? Or we need to raise the money privately somewhere, or we need to find donors. Like, have we reached out to Staples to ask for, you know, school supplies from them? Because they have a whole wall over there of pictures of districts, you know, and we're not up there. Our picture's not up there. I don't know if it's because we didn't take a picture or because they don't donate to us. But, like, we've got to find ways to get money. The other thing is we're sitting on this building right here. I don't know if you can tear it down, but we're not using it. And in New York, and I don't think a conversation I had with a gentleman back there, but in New York City, they took private property that, you know, the city was using, and they knocked it down, and they put buildings on it, and then they leased back the space they actually needed. So they made some money. And have you thought about solar panels on our parking lots? I know some people say you can't do the roofs here, but you can make a good amount of money. My doctor's office has them. They've covered the entire parking lot in parking garage type solar panel things. So those are the things we need to start thinking creatively about how we raise money. But the taxpayers here, all of us that are sitting back here that don't want this music program cut, we need to be writing checks right now because we cannot get out of this crisis. We need to save these 10 jobs because we cannot go down the road of cutting teacher jobs and staff. And even if you cut staff jobs, you're still jamming up your teachers, you know? So please, please find a way to get this money. And we need to, as a community, the civic leaders in this community need to step up and do a fundraise for this, for now. And then we need to do a systemic fix later. Thank you.
Next we have Amy Goring.
Okay, I've had to rewrite my speech 3 times after listening to the last hour of this crazy meeting. What I was going to say was I'm here to emphasize the importance of not applying further cuts to the under-resourced district fine arts budget and staff. It's been cut over the past few years. We heard at one point it was going to cut another 35%, maybe not. We're all on edge, and thank you for speaking up and going through those. As a parent of 2 students who have gone through CHS, heavily involved in the music and theater programs since elementary school, I can attest the arts budget, staff, maintenance are critical and have a lasting impact on their lives. I've spent considerable time as a parent over the last 10 years providing my leadership and expertise to the arts program at every single grade level, led fundraisers like Soma Rocks, enables groups like Chismipa. These parents already give tons and tons and tons and tons to help fill the small gaps, but we need the district to retain the budget for basic needs, staff, enable parents' efforts to be supplemental versus critical to success, and we need more transparency in the budget process. We know that the music program is growing and rebounding after COVID with a positive impact. We heard about recent middle school music lesson teachers. So the whole last in, first out scares me a lot. You know, the impact on them, it sounds like the incoming freshmen next year into CHS, now they want to stay involved in the music program because of those lessons, and might even double the previous year's addition to groups like the marching band. So they're significant. And I plead not to just look at the last in, first out rule on these. Some of them are making a really big impact. We can't support their activities and most basic needs like uniforms, transportation, infrastructure with cuts in budgets. And soon we won't have to cut teachers because no one will want to work here because it's listening to this and seeing what's going on. Anyway, so I'm asking the board to just help commit to the following. Please maintain the district and music arts staff at the current levels. No other further cuts to the music and arts budget. It sounds like there's a plan to restore the CHS auditorium, so thank you. Please do it soon, not too long. It was a painful spring. You know, if we can't do these, and you know, during every campaign, I know that all of you, you know, are champions of the arts, and please let's make sure that we actually put our money where our mouth is. Make sure you do that, and make sure that we don't fall short of the district's responsibility to fund the music programs. Otherwise, we'll become a district where only those with financial resources will have access to this real well-rounded education. That's the main point, but I think the other point I think is just, you know, as we're listening, many of us are, you know, we have all other careers, and I'm just.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'm also just, I'm appalled at just the business
Amy.
administration office and lack of
Thank you,
accountability
Amy.
and ownership. Thank you.
Next, we have Ken Kramer.
Thank you. Do I have to press here? No, it's working. Okay. Thanks for this opportunity to talk to you guys tonight, and thanks for all the diligence that you put into preparing the budget that we heard about tonight. I know it's a hard job. I know it's difficult to make difficult decisions, and you know, I appreciate the diligence you've done going building to building to administrator to try and come up with a good plan. I'm the father of a freshman at CHS and a sixth grade at Psalms. Music and the arts aren't only the cornerstone of their academic and intellectual development, but have formed the foundation of their social development too. Both of them needed music and arts to get where they are today, and I'm proud of both of them because of it. I wanted to leave you guys with a few points. Like Amy, I had to revise this in full real time because of what I heard going on here tonight. I haven't been to a lot of your meetings, but I've learned a lot tonight. I'll say this from my original points. Cuts to the music and arts program budget staff cannot be allowed. No further cuts. Okay, 23% over the last 2 years is already embarrassing, especially for a district that puts music and arts at the cornerstone of our reputation. Some of the stuff that I heard tonight, I'd urge you guys not to paint music and arts with the same brush as every other department. I think it's different. The instructional ratios are different, the dynamics are different, and the costs are different. There's not enough granularity in the budget you showed tonight. I plan to talk all about transparency, but I think you guys all know the issues, especially the board members. There's not enough granularity to know what this budget is going to do to music and arts, but you know, I think it's important to know that never would I ever sit here and advocate that other departments get cut instead of arts and musics. But you've heard all these amazing students tonight. Actually, the first two went, and I was starting to tear up. I'm like, I'm not going to be able to talk because of the stories these guys are telling. We heard what we already know, that music and arts instruction is a multiplier on success in every other classroom those students touch into. We know that. That's factual, okay? Separately to music and arts, I think you've heard all about it tonight, and I think the students did a better job than I could. I want to respond to this conversation about the budget. I appreciate the diligence you put into it, but when I hear that we just have to accept less and do more with less next year and be creative, I love that term, I use it all the time with my staff, we have no idea what is coming next year and that we're just doing what the community wants. I start to get really very angry. Okay, I think that if you guys think that the community wants constant tumult, unpredictability, decreased services, higher taxes, and an unpredictable future, you're wrong and you're not purporting your office as well. Indeed, some of you are looking at your laptops the whole night while people are talking to you. We want people looking for how to build this district, how to make it better, how to improve it, not just for a few, but for everyone in an inclusive way, and not just manage the status quo and say, I can't predict the future, okay? We employ you guys to do that, all of you. We voted for many of you, and we employ the rest of you. I agree, I'll pay higher taxes if it means better services. Thank you for your service to this district, I appreciate it.
Next we have Bridget Brown.
Good evening. I'm Bridget Brown. I'm here to speak as both the parent of a CHS junior and as a CHSMIPA board member. My daughter was a member of the stage crew leadership for this year's high school musical, Mamma Mia, and she spoke before all of you at the March board meeting. I'm here now in part just to sort of amplify and reiterate her plea at that point. The preservation and upkeep of the auditorium facilities throughout our district have been painfully overlooked. Despite the importance of the arts in our community, our school is known for the quality of our performing arts. Those who work intimately in these spaces and with these programs see that this success is due to the overwhelming dedication of our students. Their current space, on the other hand, is holding them back. We implore the board to look into all options for the CHS stage, but place emphasis on longevity when searching for a solution. There must be continued focus on the long-term health of our district auditoriums. Really gratified to hear that that process is underway, and I hope that there'll be some sort of transparency where we can understand how it's proceeding, but that's an exciting development. And then I'm also just want to reiterate highlight some of the points that we made in the open letter to you all from CHSMIPA. While we understand that budget cuts are sadly necessary due to budget mismanagement over the last years, our arts programs really can't sustain any more of those cuts and remain viable. So I'm, again, repeating points that have been made now several times. But I'll ask one last time to maintain district music and arts staff at current levels, cease any further cuts to the music and arts budget for next year, and communicate a plan and timeline to restore the CHS auditorium. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next we have Jen Spiegler.
Good evening, Board of Education members, and Dr. Gilbert. Thank you again for this time here tonight. I too have rewritten my notes because as I spoke last month, I was told by one of my Columbia High School students to be respectful, to be kind, and to have my thoughts in order. My thoughts are no longer in order, and I will do my best to be kind and respectful. After listening to what happened these past few hours, I have a few questions. And this is not what I had drafted. Top of mind. Why are we in this budget crisis? How do we get here these past 3 years? Dr. Gilbert, you mentioned different checks in place for next year. Why weren't they in place the past few years? No forecasting. I don't know of any organization, corporate, nonprofit, or homeowner that does not forecast. Blaming state funding is not the answer. Ask the right questions, please. This has been totally non-transparent since Mr. Roth has left. Remove the payroll line if that is what is needed to be kept confidential. The community and the Board of Ed, the fact that you just saw these details last night is an embarrassment to the community at large and our students. I don't want to hear any more of the staff morale and the beautification of spaces for them. My children come home every day hearing from the teachers of what the morale is like at that school. There will be no jobs, there They need to keep their jobs, and their salaries should be matched at minimum to neighboring districts and the new hires. We are in a severe retention situation. Teachers are the reason we have these accolades you heard from these students. So what I've heard tonight is that we're sending our children to a building that is decrepit with no teachers and no school books, and you can't forecast or tell us how we got here. What's the timeline for the stage? And there is no humor in the bathrooms situation. So now since I have 50 seconds left, I would also like to understand the concern that the teachers and students have about the asbestos project. No information that I am aware of has been shared aside from a letter taped to the door. The ongoing construction is creating unsafe conditions, jackhammering during quarterly exams, and grave health concerns for those in the building. Please pause this asbestos project until adequate planning and safety can be addressed. Since I still have 23 seconds, I'm going to go back to my original. Because of this mismanagement of this budget, the music program is strangled and continues to be neglected financially. The stages are still unusable, and the marching band's truck is inadequate to carry members' instruments. So we're at a point of deciding which members cannot be in marching band because their instrument doesn't fit on a truck that doesn't work. Please allow the appointed superintendent to make the decision on the business administrator.
Thank you.
Good night. Thank you.
Next, we have Paul Goskowski.
Hello, and thank you everyone for being here tonight. Thank you, Dr. Gilbert, for all your hard work and continuing to reach out to meet with students and staff. As I can tell from your report, it was a firsthand acknowledgement of everything that you've been able to do. It's not just from a secretary or something. But I do have to say, everything that happened tonight is real embarrassment. I don't think you should vote to keep your accounting department, and you should fix it. I'm a graduate of CHS, and it's just incredibly embarrassing. I'll spare you all the rest. Good night.
Next, we have Ambra Teague.
Hi, everyone. Ambra Teague, Mikbabod. So I went back and I re-listened to the March 14th meeting because I thought maybe it wasn't as bad as I remembered, but it was. And actually, we kind of got a repeat tonight. We started strong with the, I gotta put my glasses on, sorry, with explanation of the budget process. Central office and administration outline and prioritize the tools and components necessary to provide a thorough and comprehensive educational program. The budget is a plan that enables leadership to achieve its goals of maximizing resources, infusing flexibility, and providing tools to ensure an exceptional educational program. That sounds great. Sign me up. But what followed that solid introduction was a rushed and jumbled presentation of a lot of numbers with very little context or explanation that buried the lead that we have a $2.7 million shortfall. Luckily for us, our board members had some time with the materials and pressed on a few key items. Board member Eckert clarified that the gap was actually $9.6 million prior to cuts and additional revenue. Board member Gifford asked for a translation of what 2.7 actually meant, and I was stunned to learn that that meant eliminating 30 to 40 positions. Now, tonight we learned that it's going to be 28 positions, which is better than 30 to 40, but it's not 10, right? Because it's just 10 people that aren't going to lose their jobs. It's still 28 positions. And board member Sackett Gable asked what it would take to operate at an optimal level. A clear acknowledgement that this budget was not actually delivering a thorough and comprehensive educational program. The answer to that was we have to do more with less. This is a district when the elementary schools are about to start asking for reams of paper.
usually happens in May. And that if we save money for a few years, we will be in a place where we can thrive again. That is not a plan, that's a pipe dream. Who's been minding the store? Why should we trust the people who got us here and that you can get us out of this in a couple years? We cannot continue with personnel who would spring a crisis upon us with no warning and then proceed to act like it's no big deal. It's a huge deal, right up there with the fact that our wonderful principal is facing felony charges for doing what our teachers do best, caring for our kids and putting them first. This must be a rock bottom as a district. If we go any lower, we'll be 6 foot under and dead. And by the way, I am a finance professional. I manage budgets for a living. I should have been home watching the NFL draft, which I manage the budgets. We do forecasting. You plan.
That's just Paul Stefan. Paul Stefan.
Hi, good evening. I would like to talk about solar panels. And it's not, I'm an environmental lawyer, but that's not why I'm talking about it. It is Earth Week. That's not why I'm talking about it. I'm talking about it because it has to do with our budget problems, which, as tonight's colloquy illustrated, our budget problems are not going to end this year, they're ongoing. Part of the reason is that the district's major source of revenue is the tax levy, and by law, that can't increase by more than 2%, and our expenses often increase by more than 2%. So, solar panels, energy efficiency projects, are not a silver bullet. They're a pewter bullet. They help the problem, right? We can save some of our electricity costs over time. We can put some of that money back into instruction, back into shoring up the arts budget so that arts remains a point of pride for the district. Now, of course, we have to pay for these projects, but there's more good news there because these are capital projects. They don't have to be paid for through the limited tax levy. They can be bonded. So that's borrowed money, but it's money that it's an investment that will pay for itself, and we can use some of that extra money to fix some budget gaps. I'm not suggesting this is a total solution to our problems. I know it's something that has been discussed before, but I think it's something that should be re-explored. I know you all know that we are in the middle of a climate crisis. I think it's incumbent on the district and every entity, public and private, in the world to try to do what they can to abate it. This is an opportunity to do something to do that, and if it will keep an extra teacher or two in the classroom, that's all for the better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lisa Cohen.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Cohen. I am a proud parent of CHS Junior, who has been involved in arts programs since Tuscan Elementary through Maplewood Middle and now at Columbia. They recently performed with the jazz band at SOPAC and Beat Fest at the Woodland. And also they're an award-winning photographer, thanks in large part to Mr. Catrona. Music and arts are an important part of our family and our community. I'm asking the board not to make cuts to the already under-resourced music and arts programs. While the district is lucky to have parent support groups and community organizations that supplement these programs, they cannot and should not be expected to scale funds just to meet the basics. Here's some examples. Musical instruments are not being adequately maintained or repaired. The marching band's truck is inadequate to carry its members' instruments. I'm glad you have a plan to fix the auditorium with the capital funds, but our music tech program has no district-funded performance opportunities and lacks essential equipment. The choir program was denied district money for uniforms. These are just a few examples of the broader problem, which is that our district now expects parents to privately fundraise to meet even the most basic needs of our music programs. It would be helpful to know more about the budget breakdown, more transparency, especially with the arts budget. The teachers don't even know how they're asking for money from us for basic things from CHSMIPA, and that does not fly right. It's not how it's supposed to be. So the music program's budget is shockingly opaque, and not just to us, but even to instructors. Therefore, I urge you to not cut any funding to the music or arts programs. As it was said, any budget cuts, let alone a 35% cut to the music and arts programs, will be devastating. And music and arts cannot take any more cuts. We just had budget cuts over the last couple of years. We don't want any more. 2, do not vote to renew the business administrator, or at least postpone till we have a new superintendent. There has not been enough transparency. The plan to cut the funding for the arts is majorly flawed, and there's no forecasting. We can do better than that. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Joshua Urist.
Dr. Gilbert, members of the board, I urge you to table the approval of this budget. It's been very disheartening to hear the discussion of what we're dealing with, and I know that none of you like it. And I don't envy any of you in your jobs right now. But can a majority of you really look at a 35% across the board cut of materials and books and say that we're going to have a functioning system of schools? 35% across the board cuts in books and materials. That the best analogy I can come up with is saying we're all going to go scuba diving, but we don't really have the oxygen, so we're just going anyway, and we'll hope for the best. So we're a district in crisis in a lot of ways right now. And then I think in light of that crisis, what I would have hoped for is a communication of how we got here and what we as a community can do together to overcome this crisis. And what I've seen is more opacity rather than sunlight, and that's disheartening to me. I would have liked to allow the community to come together to help come up with solutions beyond 35% across the board cuts. I'm glad to hear that we'll have a repaired auditorium, but I don't think we're going to have any performances in that auditorium, potentially, if we don't fund the programs that operate within those performance spaces. Again, table the approval of this budget, communicate to the staff that may be impacted, and make public the analysis of the budget. Give us time as a community to come up with answers and analyze what it is that you're about to do. Thank you.
Next, we have Deb Engel.
Hi, Deborah Engel, resident of Maplewood, 3 kids in the district, and Maplewood Township Committee member, and I'm here in that capacity to talk about the Greenway. So I'm going to try to be nice and civil, even though, Board President, your remarks kind of frustrated me. I understand that you're frustrated with the process, and I think we've talked about that. So I just want to state for the record some other information that maybe you didn't have. But in March of 2023, our then Mayor, Dean Daffis, had sent an email to Dr. Taylor, Mr. Burnside, Mr. Giglio, and Mr. Del Guercio, sorry if I'm mispronouncing that name, introducing them to the developer. In May, the developer emailed a draft agreement to that same group, I'm told, because the feedback was, let's see an agreement and we can talk. And then there was no feedback. In July, with Ms. Duvall-Wilson, we brought it up at the Municipal Partnerships because this has been an issue that's been talked about in our community for over 15 years. I moved here in 2009, and people were talking about the Greenway. It is something that I think could be very beneficial to our community, so I brought it up at the municipal partnerships to figure out where was the shortfall, because I heard in Maplewood, we couldn't move forward with the Greenway on our side, while South Orange was doing phase 1, phase 2, going out for funding for phase 3, because of the school district property. So that's how it came up in conversation. In July of 2023, we went on site with Ms. Deval Wilson, Dr. Taylor, people from the Environmental Advisory Committee, our engineers, and then again, there was no progress. When Dr. Gilbert joined in December, 2 weeks after our first meeting, we all went on site, those same people, Mr. Burnside, Mr. Giglio, and it seemed like we had a lot of process. And then you guys reorganized. And then starting in January, it just felt like there was no more movement. In March, in February, we talked about it. That was the first time that question of maintenance came up. We were told that we would come to the March meeting to present, and then that was changed because you have budget concerns, which I totally understand. I respect all of you. I know you have a lot going on your plate, and this is not your priority. But we have this deadline coming up, May 15th, for this developers agreement to be signed. And I don't even see it on your agenda today. And since Tuesday, I've been trying to figure out, okay, our shared agreement is on the agenda. That's great. We want to do maintenance. We want to cover the liability. But the development agreement that's about to expire is not. So I'm frustrated because here I am hearing from the community, seeing how traffic is increasing. The integration plan is amazing, but it's causing more cars on our road. Kids are not being able to get to school safely. Having a walking and biking path along the river that connects Maplewood to South Orange is going to enable kids to be able to get to the high school safely. It's going to enable kids to be able to get to both middle schools safely. It's going to be a thoroughfare for our community to be able to walk more and bike more safely in our two towns, which is a priority. So I please urge you to put this on the agenda and vote on it tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rhea Beck.
Before I begin, Dr. Gilbert, I wanted to extend my condolences to you. This is, I think, your first board meeting since the loss of your beloved father. Please allow me to say that I hope that his memory will be a blessing to all who loved him. I wanted to thank the Board of Ed for launching an investigation into the unauthorized leak of the faulty draft report to the Maplewood Police Department. I want to acknowledge that this must have been, for many reasons, an unpleasant decision to make, but sunlight is the best disinfectant. It's imperative that you expose the rot so the community can begin to restore its faith in this body. I hope we, the voters, will soon have a full account of what triggered this leak, including who else on the board knew about, supported, or endorsed the intention of the former board member who violated her oath of office. Within the last 30 days or so, this community has raised almost $75,000 in support of Frank Sanchez's legal defense. Most of that money was raised locally from donations as small as $5. In just 2 days, we have collected over 1,000 postcards to be sent to the prosecutor's office in support of Mr. Sanchez. These postcards have been written by former prosecutors, parents, community members, and students ranging from CHS class of 1968 to 2026. This community stands firmly in support of Mr. Sanchez. Many parents of Black students at CHS have submitted good character references to the county prosecutor on his behalf. The so-called Black Parents Workshop, which is comprised of 2 individuals, one of whom is a resident of the great state of Maryland, does not speak on behalf of Black families in this district, and we were eager to let the county prosecutor know as much. I share this to remind you that the community is united about the outcomes we desire, which is not only a dismissal of the spurious charges against Mr. Sanchez, but a reinstatement of his principalship at Columbia High School. You in your role as the elected representatives of this community must remain steadfast in ensuring our vision for our schools and our students is made possible. The money raised, the $75,000, the postcards sent, the 1,000 postcards and counting, the continued outrage is a clear indication of the community's will. Have a great night.
Next, we have Mary Ellen Dawkins.
I'm Mary Ellen Dawkins, Maplewood resident. I'm a Columbia parent and longtime school and community volunteer. I spent much of 2021 and 2022 in the high school working for the South Orange Maplewood Adult School. Currently, I am the HSA Safety and Security Representative. I also serve on the school's Culture and Climate Committee. We've met several times this year to review how the district's HIB policy is implemented at Columbia and to discuss how to strengthen school climate and culture. What is the difference between culture and climate? How do they impact student behavior? Culture is the traditions, rituals, and expectations that take time to establish. Climate is how people or places make you feel and how you perceive others. It also frames how you are perceived by others. When Frank Sanchez started at CHS, we appreciated the immediate positive impact on climate. His enthusiasm and optimism resulted in students and staff feeling better about their school experience and about themselves. His absence has been detrimental to both culture and climate. CHS has suffered, as we've heard from our student reps, admin, and staff. In the interest of Columbia culture and climate, I implore you to do everything in your power to restore Mr. Sanchez once the charges against him are dropped. Thank you.
Next, we have Kathy Greenstone.
Hello, I'm Kathy Greenstone from South Orange and a CHS parent. And tonight I'd like to talk a little bit about safety. And safety does not equal policing. Safety also means teachers, admins, counseling staff who feel protected and appreciated. It means asbestos-free classrooms, lead-free drinking water, and it means maintaining facilities to at least the point of building parts not falling on students and staff. It means safe spaces for all types of learners: art, tech, science, dance, music, sports, and theater kids. Our student reps to the board were thoughtful enough to conduct a student survey on safety, which they shared at the last meeting, so thank you to both of them. Unsurprisingly, students largely responded that they felt less safe without Frank Sanchez in the building. Safety also does not mean locked bathrooms. Last week, a student vomited in the stairwell because the closest bathroom was locked. What should a student do if they are in the halls during a code red, or God forbid, an actual violent event, if they can't find an open bathroom in which to shelter? Access to gender-neutral bathrooms is a district policy and state law that we must follow. It is not up to a principal's discretion. Please, treat our students with basic respect. Unlock the bathrooms. Safety also does not mean allowing police to question students inside the school building during the school day without parent knowledge or consent. Our students are in the building during the school day to learn, so Frank Sanchez has the right idea when he decided not to interrupt their studies and not to stand in loco parentis for the convenience of police who want to question our children. Police work is not education work and should not be encumbering our faculty. State law allows principals to stand in loco parentis, but it does not require them to. So please consider district policy that would shield our administrators from having to perform this function. Thank you.
Next, we have Kate Crowley. Kate Crowley.
Good evening, board members. Dr. Gilbert, thank you for your service. My name is Kate Crowley, first-time speaker here. I'm from South Orange. I have children at both SOMS and Columbia. I've been a New York City public school history teacher for 24 years and a restorative justice coordinator for 5 years. I'm here tonight to express my continued unwavering support for Frank Sanchez. I want to apologize on behalf of our SOMA community to Principal Sanchez and to the Columbia staff. I'm sorry that the initial investigator bungled the investigation and that Ms. Malaspina took action when she knew Dr. Gilbert had already taken all necessary steps. We are so lucky to have a brilliant team of teachers and devoted administrators at Columbia who certainly do not deserve this. I imagine this issue of will I be targeted or falsely accused next must be deeply unsettling. Most of us educators go about our day assuming we will not be the target of bad actors and that our principals, superintendents, and union will have our backs if ever necessary. For example, last week at my school, one of my students ran down the crowded hallway, grabbed a fellow 7th grader by her hair, and started beating her over the head. I had a laptop, chart paper, water bottle, phone in my hands, and instinctively thought, I have to dump this stuff and protect this child. We in education protect and advocate for children all the time. Frank did this all the time. There are principals who sit in their offices. Frank is not that leader. He was out there in the mix building relationships every single day. Teachers and administrators, we see you, we support you, we will always assume best intentions. We have a lot of restorative work to do in order to repair our community. I look forward to Dr. Gilbert and his team leading this work. I hope Dr. Gilbert will be able to bring together key individuals to get at the root cause of this toxicity. As a teacher, one of my most important community agreements in my classroom is we will take care of each other. Despite X, Y, and Z, we will take care of each other. I want the Columbia staff to feel that we, as the SOMA community, will take care of them as they take care of our children. I hope that they can see that the few misguided individuals who are using Frank to achieve their goals will not get to ruin other careers and lives. Thank you.
Next, we have Barbara Picard. Barbara Picard. All right, then we'll move on to our online portion. Our first public speaks is Julia Flath.
Hi. Okay, I'm a South Orange resident, and first I have a question about the tax impact of next year's budget. It showed that the estimate for South Orange residents is 527, which is double that of Maplewood, even though both are based on average property assessments in the 800,000. So hoping those numbers, which don't make sense, will be addressed. Second, I'm here as the chair of Walk Bike Ride South Orange and a member of the South Orange Greenway Committee. I hope you will vote to approve the agreement to develop the Maplewood Greenway area. It's a no-brainer to accept this offer for other parties, Maplewood and the Gleason developer, to pay for improvements to the district land. The stretch of land between Parker and Jefferson seems like a small area to care about putting in a bike and pedestrian path, but it's actually a very important cornerstone of connectivity between our two towns. On the north end, it will connect to the South Orange Greenway, which already has active plans or negotiations underway to connect all the way from Parker Ave to Maplewood, Parker Ave in Maplewood, all the way to the West Montrose neighborhood. On the other end, it will allow Maplewood to develop their own greenway plans southward. On the east end, it could connect to a potential bike lane on Parker Ave that is being considered. And we need to approve this now so that we can take advantage of the funding from the developer before the agreement expires. So if it is, concerning what Deb Engel mentioned about the developer part of the agreement not being on the agenda, so I hope there's a way to rectify that and get that signed before the development agreement expires on May 15th. Our community leadership needs to start placing a higher priority on carving out safe spaces for students, families, and people of all ages to walk and bike safely to school, to the train, just to get around town without cars. We need to do this to address both traffic safety as our population increases with all the new developments, and also to reduce our impact. It's Earth Week, to reduce our greenhouse gases and emissions and our impact on this planet. So thank you for taking this small step, which is actually a big step toward that goal. Thank you.
Next, we have Shannon Cuddle.
That committee member's not online.
Next is Bridget Hughes.
Committee member Hughes, you're unmuted. Committee member Hughes, can you hear us?
Let's go to the next one. We'll go to Robert Howley.
Hi there. Sound okay? Not muted, am I?
Oh, yes, you're unmuted.
All right. Hi, I'm Robert Howley, Maplewood resident and district parent, calling in to voice my support for the Greenway Shared Services and Developer Agreements. The Greenway is an important part of the long-term vision of our towns and a crucial investment in SOMA transportation infrastructure. This route will allow people to get around without a car, our students in particular, and do so safely. I'm going to assume that the CHS students filling up the bike racks each day would appreciate the Greenway. I suspect the many families, such as mine, that drop their kids off at school by bike would appreciate it. And I know that the families of the 4 kids, at least I know of, in our school district that have been hit by cars while riding their bikes, including one this week, would definitely appreciate it. So approve the shared services agreement that's already on the agenda, add on whatever you need to do right by your students in your community, help move this project forward. Thank you. Bye.
All right, let's go back to Bridget Hughes.
Committee member Hughes, you're unmuted.
Looks like now. You think I know how to do it by now. Good evening, everybody. Tony Masaki, Maplewood. Took a few notes while you were speaking, adjusted, but look, as a former BOE member and former chair of FFT, I have not seen anything like this budget presentation. It's been quite hard to watch, and I appreciate that you have a transparent board now, but you do not have a transparent budget presentation here. I heard a lot of talk this evening, but the evidence is not there. I hear a lot of talking about being intentional. I've heard that word a lot over the past 4 years. I'm sure the community has, but this district has gone from extremely good fiscal shape in 2020, then flush with COVID funding, to really what appears to be a real hot mess right now in 3 short years. The difference in transparency between the I'll call them Burnside years and now, is night and day. Let's focus just on the RIF. Every year that I was on the Board of Education, and boards of ed before me, the community would see all of the positions that were going to be cut, not the names, the positions. If you go onto the district website, you'll see all the previous budget presentations. The excuses that I heard tonight as to why those can't happen have nothing to do with privacy and everything to do with the work that you have not done yet. The reduction is 28. It is not 10. Cuts through attrition can be more damaging than other cuts. When you don't replace a teacher that leaves, you may not replace a program, you may not replace a lot of different things. Cuts through attrition are very damaging. There are people who are retiring. You have the list. It's going on in 2 weeks. Have you seen the list? Do you know who's on that list? Because those are the programs and the people that aren't going to be there. That worries me greatly. Are you reducing district office admin? You should. You must, before you reduce any headcount in the teaching ranks. It appears that you're either hiding things from the community or you don't have a clue what you're doing yet, and either are not good. The BOE should vote no on this budget. Not because you don't like it, not because I don't like it, because you don't have enough information at your fingertips to be able to make an informed vote. I don't, and I've done this many times. I do not see it up there. So you might hear that it's damaging to vote no. The damage has actually been done. I would vote no. I'd send this back. As far as the arts cuts, those have been brutal over the past couple of years, and they've been quiet, and that is a problem. 23%, absolutely. Where are the actuals for this year, along with the budget numbers and the budget for next year? And you'll see previous budget years, we did 3-year out projections, okay? It's not like you can't do them now.
Thank you, Tony. Next, we'll move on to committee updates. So we'll just start down the line.
Thank you. The special services, thank you to everyone who's still here. Thank you so much for all the commentary tonight. The Special Services Ad Hoc Committee met yesterday evening, April 24th. We began at 7 and adjourned at 9:07 p.m. Myself, Board Members Meyer and Whitletter, Acting Superintendent Dr. Gilbert, and Assistant Superintendent of Special Services Susie Budine were all in attendance. We began the meeting with a review of policy, including finalizing the language in our 504 policy for additional clarity, and an initial robust discussion of policies 3217, 4217, corporal punishment, and 5561, restraint and seclusion for students with disabilities. I wanted to just take a brief moment to thank Ms. Budine publicly for bringing forth this discussion and uplifting staff feedback and the desire to ensure that they are protected and empowered to intervene if needed to maintain student safety and to work on our additional protections for student safety. For the sake of transparency and acknowledging the title of these first policies as decidedly off-putting, we are considering rebranding some of them. These policies are meant to articulate for both certificated and support staff what they can do to intervene during challenging student situations. These policies were brought forth, as I said, due to concern from staff and administration around ensuring that we did have policies that provide adequate clarity and protections for general education students and staff members to ensure excuse me, the safety of all parties, as that clarity exists already for students with disabilities. The corporal punishment policies are going to be rewritten for further review and discussion. And while 5561 did not require additional edits at this time, the suggestion was for the board to adopt the corresponding regulation as soon as possible to ensure the requirements for implementation are clearly articulated. Once finalized, Ms. Budine anticipates folding those in for review of these updates into Handle with Care training to ensure understanding amongst our school-based teams. We did already receive an update on audit and federal monitoring in committee, but Dr. Gilbert discussed this already this evening in his superintendent update, so you can refer back to that for those updates. Regarding the budget, there were no new budget items for this month, but a discussion was had regarding the implications of the budget shortfall for next school year. The district administration shared they are focused on how they'll most creatively leverage available funds in the next year and attempt to identify cost-saving measures. Continuing with an eye toward next school year, Ms. Budine shared that she is planning a retreat for herself and her supervisors over the summer to reflect and plan. This committee will join or meet afterwards to set our vision for the next school year collaboratively. We also discussed the creation of a high-impact calendar that would drive focus towards important events, mandated deadlines, and departmental moves. Next, we discussed chronic absenteeism from the perspective of special education. Ms. Budine spoke to how often the presence of having a case manager allows for quicker tracking and responding for attendance issues than perhaps the general education counterparts who are struggling with chronic absenteeism. We discussed the issues with younger students who might want to stay home, middle and high school students where mental health issues might lead to school avoidance, and parent issues with separating from their children. We touched on interventions that center collaboration, such as those with outside therapists, developing home and school support plans, utilizing ESS to the home to support, engaging with BCBAs to create plans and provide higher level of mental health supports as needed. And we also discussed how this intersects with the work of CNI and the INRS process, where this issue was also discussed this month and for which Board Member Sackett Gable will provide additional insights. Next, we discuss our extended school year program, which will run July 1st. The 4th and 5th will be off, and it will run until August 2nd. Potential locations are being finalized by the district and will be communicated shortly. Additionally, start and end times and transportation decisions are also being considered, and postings for staff will also be live soon. Lastly, we got an update on the May 4th CPAC Resource Fair. The facilities have been requested and approved. A host of providers have signed up, and we discussed the availability of providing a sensory room should the bus be unavailable to ensure that we meet the needs of all of our kids and families who we look forward to seeing there. In closing, this month it felt as though clarity was at the forefront of the work that we did in the Special Education Ad Hoc Committee, ensuring we have clearly articulated policies and regulations that provide for the safety of our students and staff members, and prioritization of planning such that we have clearly articulated visions, goals, and plans that drive the work month to month. Thank you. Any questions?
The Personnel Committee, it is 12 o'clock. The Personnel Committee met on Monday, 4/22 at 6:30 p.m. In attendance were Board Member Deval Wilson and myself, as well as Dr. Gilbert, Mr. Adedoyan, and Ms. Durant from the district. Board President Telesford and Badamani could not attend as they were in a conflicting FFT meeting. We started reviewing the respective personnel resolutions. We have a few new substitutes that will be joining the district, which is a good sign given the shortage we've been experiencing. We also reviewed and discussed the process to renew and non-renew staff, performance-related, for the 24-25 school year. We had a brief discussion around vacancies, although there hasn't been much movement in the past month or so. This is the time of year when we're getting a lot of the retirements and resignations come in, and we will continue to review during our monthly meetings for the rest of the year, but come July and August, we will have a clearer picture of where we are going into the next school year. And lastly, we touched on a few topics that were covered earlier this evening, the district goals and personnel-related action plans, and the process that Dr. Gilbert and his team followed around the reduction in force. It's a bit of a short update as a lot of the other things were confidential personnel information. And our next meeting will be Monday, May 6th at 6:30 p.m. Any questions?
The FFT committee had 2 meetings this month, one on the 17th and one on the 22nd. On the 17th, we first spoke about Perkins grants and how we will actually not be participating in them because A, we are out of compliance, and B, we are spending more on the program while receiving less. So we spend about 40,000 and we receive about 35,000. And we can actually administer it all by ourselves for about 9,000 because the largest user of Perkins grants is the TV program. We also then discussed about the Greenway project, and as you've heard, I mean, this portion of the Greenway project will run on BOE property from Jefferson to Parker Streets, and the developer is going to only update that small portion of the parking lot. The parking lot will remain as is in whatever state it is in. They have offered to stripe it, which is great. It's nice. But so we have a resolution today to accept the proposal, and Maplewood Township has agreed to pay for insurance and maintenance. During the construction update, we spoke about the long-range facilities plan and updated the plan because it needs to be done every 5 years. And the architectural firm is going to do a comprehensive audit of all our schools and submit that to the DOE. And then, of course, then it's on us on how to fund them and how many to finish. Change orders, we had a bunch of change orders that's coming up. The CHS gym ceiling needs asbestos abatement, and that's about $400,000. And the other line item that I think people will be happy to know is that the elevator modernization is happening which costs about $355,000. So everything in the elevator except the frames that hold the doors together are going to be replaced. And that's ongoing right now. The next line item for construction is the auditorium, the CHS auditorium in particular, where we got bids back for rigging and the fire curtain and it's going to be approximately $800,000. It'll take about 5 months to complete. And the lights will take about, give or take another $1,000 more. I mean, we'll have exact numbers, once the purchasing orders go out. There is no temporary solution. This is the actual solution, and we need to fix everything, and that's going to happen soon. And the money is going to come out of the capital reserves. And the plan is to do CHS auditorium this year, SOMS the next, and MMS the year after. The budget, I mean, obviously you heard about the budget. There's nothing really, I mean, this is all participating in there, and you've heard enough about the budget there. Bond sale, Mr. Burnside mentioned the bond sale. So it was done for $25.17 million, which now ensures that every line item in the long-range facilities plan for South Orange Middle School and Maplewood Middle School is taken care of except for Ritzer, which is a separate line item. So that's a good thing, because now at this point we can say with certainty that by end of next year we should be able to say goodbye to most of the projects out there. We looked at policies and regulations. We looked at policy 8420, which is good to go up for first reads. And yes, for new business, we brought up various, committee members brought up the question about gender neutral bathrooms at CHS, ADA compliance audit, get a mark to market to see what we need, where we are and what we need to do. So I'm going to move on to the second meeting, which pretty much covered the same topics, but in light of the budget, we had more discussions there. There was a small point that came up about the Marshall construction is happening at Marshall School, and the roof was the construction company put in an incorrect roof. They were willing to give us a credit, but we chose to go back to the original one on the spec. Budgets, I'll just skip the budgets part because we discussed on that. One thing that will come up is we will have public documents available as soon as they can. So at the very least, we'll have the user-defined budget that's coming up in 24 hours or maybe 48 hours after the budget is passed. We spoke about facilities use fees. That basically means what do we charge other people to use the school facilities, and like the PTAs and HSAs and everyone else. And we decided to have no change there because it is not a significant revenue increase from there. This is important. I mean, the food service delinquent accounts. I mean, it's strange, but we have about $250,000 that we're delinquent from parents who need to pay for their kids' lunches. I mean, every year we kind of write off about $60,000 because we're a very inclusive district. But I am actually urging everyone who's listening to this, and if they are still listening to this at midnight, to go to Pay Schools and update your account. Because I didn't realize that I have two kids in high school and middle school, and I had about $350 that went into negative. So I went in there, updated. I'm fine now. So I urge everyone to do this. Hopefully, we'll reduce the $250K to $100K, and that will be a good thing to have. CHS general neutral bathrooms. What happens is the bathrooms themselves. There's nothing wrong with the bathrooms, but frequently there's vandalism, and there is that happens there, so they have to be closed. And one good idea that the facilities team came up with is that they will have a member who's going to walk around to every stall and paint, so that way all the vandalism and graffiti and all that is taken care of. So that's the thing there. Content, another thing that came up, which many members brought up, is the content management on school devices. That's basically, can you, as a parent, control what your kid sees on YouTube or whatever there is? The answer is yes. We do have software that can do that, but currently it's a little bit of more of a blunt tool where you can do across the board. But hopefully we will have finer tools to control, and that will be available starting next year. And thanks to Mr. Bonds for providing that, and that's pretty much what I have. Any questions?
Not a question really, but just a comment. We had two people come here and talk about solar, which is something near and dear to my heart. And when I was in FFT last year, I bothered Mr. Giglio about it, and he was adamant that we need to execute on the long-range facility plan before we do any of that. And, you know, I kind of backed off, but given, you know, our shortfall, I think, you know, it's worth kind of challenging him, right? We as a board have to do that. And I'm not, you know, I'm not getting at you. This is not a critical thing, but I just think it was great for these folks to come and talk about it. And it did remind me when I was on FFT, I did talk about it. So I just think it would be good to maybe challenge them on it. I do know that there's so many programs. There's even, you know, things called power purchase agreements where we don't even have to buy it. We can have a solar company actually own the system, operate it, and just provide savings to us by selling it in cheaper. Anyway, just an idea.
That's just a quick question. Will that be your solar company?
No, I will not. No. We do not service public entities. But I could even not vote on it. But
a quick response to that. I mean, no. I mean, listen. Everybody is for. I mean, there's nobody against it, right? I mean, the couple of things I have heard which we need to clarify is one of the first things was most of our roofs are not up to par and they cannot handle the weight, but which will get fixed by the end of the long-range facilities plan. So at that point, all the roofs will be strong enough to handle all the solar panels that go on top. And also what Mr. Giglio, you know, he kind of said is that finish the long-range facilities plan and put all these kind of upgrades into one that talks about, you know, improving environment things. So again, I get it. Yeah, not a phased approach.
I would say a phased approach,
right.
But Mr. Giglio, he kind of wants to finish everything.
I'm happy to add it to the next FFT
I'm
agenda.
sure Mr. Giglio would
let's
love that. No, but thank you. But great. Thank you for the update.
One more comment, and I didn't catch this when I looked at the FFT minutes before, but just to clarify our discussion on 8420, which will dovetail into my report. We had talked in FFT about policy 8420, emergency and crisis situations, with an eye toward the question of whether it made sense to consider going back to what was in a policy a few years ago, where we gave notice in advance of an emergency drill happening, not simply at the beginning of a drill, which we do now. And after getting opinion from the administration, including Mr. Vallis, the determination was made that we were going to leave the policy as is. So that will not be proceeding forward, but that was discussed. Yeah. So I'll just pick up right into our policy meeting report. We met on April 16th, and we have put forward 5 policies tonight that are going to be voted on for second read. So I just want to go over quickly what it is that we're changing in the policy book tonight. We have a few that are sort of quickies. Policy 8462, reporting missing children, and policy 8320, personnel records, are both just being updated in light of changes to the law and upon the recommendation of our vendor, Strauss Esme. Policy 3421.13, postnatal accommodations. That's a small change we're making just to make sure the language in there is updated to be more inclusive as far as gender neutrality. The two big ones we have, policy 5512, harassment, intimidation, and bullying. This is a major change that we're making, as discussed last time, with regard to how HIB complaints are investigated. Right now, under a version of the policy we adopted last year, every single HIB complaint is being fully investigated up to the superintendent level. feedback has been that that may be overkill as far as not finding additional HIV cases, but doing a whole lot more work, which is overtaxing. So what we're going to do is move to the other version of the proposed policy language, which allows for an initial determination by the principal before we go to a full investigation. We made a local change in this policy in requiring that every month we're going to get a report broken down by each school building and by any demographic information available of which reports were brought to the principal and turned down at that level. The other policy is 2418, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. That's doing two things. We've refined language here in detailing specifically who should be part of the 504 team that makes a determination on whether a child needs that 504 plan, and saying specifically that the teacher who participates needs to actually be someone who works with the student in that particular area. The other piece is that we have decided to put in place timelines that go above and beyond what the actual law requires for when a 504 plan is done, and giving more clarity for parents. So that's being put in place. There was community feedback regarding some lack of clarity in the language and it being slightly misleading as far as what our initial 20-day period was. So we've made a clerical change here just to clarify that where before Section 3 evaluation we were proposing the language, we'll contact the parent within 20 calendar days. Now it says we'll hold a planning meeting with the parents, which was the initial intent. So our second read will be approving that editorial change. There are three policies up for first read tonight as well. These are implementing changes that Strauss Esme has recommended in light of an expansion in New Jersey law over the list of protected categories of individuals. That's policy 1530, equal employment opportunities, 1550, equal employment anti-discrimination practices, and 3211, code of ethics. There's some small changes to the language in there as well in light of changes in the law since the last time they were put through. We had a few discussions. Again, I'd encourage folks to go to our committee page on the website where all of these minutes are there. We have a lot of information there, but we'll note briefly, we discussed, first of all, the review that the district has of regulations. We are behind in adopting a lot of regulations that are needed to implement our policies, and that has been an issue that we've been behind on. So number one, the district is committing to taking a few days over the next few months to have regulation writing parties try to bash large numbers of these out. We've also floated, though, considering changing our policy on policies to actually have a timeline requiring how long from when a new policy is issued that requires a regulation to having that regulation issued. So that's going to be up for further discussion. We've also sent out consideration for revisions that might be necessary for policy 6220 on budget preparation, on 1330, the evaluation of the school district administrator, and on 9180, school volunteers. Those have been sent out to committees, and when we get feedback, we'll take a look. Any questions? All right.
Okay, so Curriculum and Instruction Committee. We met on April 18th with board members Callahan, Duvall Wilson, and I. Then from the district, we had Ms. Bodner, Dr. Correa, and Ms. Wabel. We started out with the presentation on the Perkins Grant Review and Considerations, which board member Valimani mentioned already. Ms. Parcio from the district gave us some background to explain the funding behind the TV production program at CHS and offered an alternative way to fund and continue to grow the program. The compliance costs to maintain the grant, the Perkins grant part of it would exceed our budget and staff capabilities. So they've come up with a more cost-effective plan that would require less than $9,000 for the next academic school year. Our current teaching staff will be visiting other schools, their TV production programs that are not funded through the Perkins grants, and this will allow them to gather some best practices in that realm. and allow them to enhance our curriculum and the availability for internships associated with the TV production program too. We talked about the equity audit, Fergus recommendations, and affinity spaces for students. One of the recommendations of the equity audit is to provide affinity spaces for BIPOC students across school levels. Ms. Wabel has been working with Ms. Hicks on this, and they're currently developing a framework for affinity groups. So if students would like to start one, they'll have the option of using an existing structure to build upon. This is like with norms and agreements, a mission, et cetera, as an option. They're also looking for the leaders of current affinity groups. There are 15 at the high school alone, but they're looking at the leaders to join forces and to share ideas about what's working in their individual groups. We talked mostly about students, but we did touch upon staff too, and there are affinity groups in schools for staff. There's one at Seth Boyden and one at CHS. Then we received updates on other ongoing CNI topics such as INRS. Schools are finishing up their final round of INRS meetings. Dr. Correa is pulling together the data, looking for trends, and she's collecting feedback from assistant principals on the new INRS process and the handbook. She'll create a survey too for parents who went through the process to get their feedback. And now that the INRS framework is consistent across the schools, she's ready to create an FAQ for parents that will live on the website. Then we went to Gifted and Talented. The Naglieri test will be completed by the end of the month for first, third, and fifth graders. Dr. Correa will organize the data and compile it for parents. The next round of assessments will take place in the fall, and at that point, all K-5 students will have been screened. Staff members from the district attended the New Jersey Association for Gifted Students Conference, and they're debriefing and creating next steps. We did touch on Freshman Academy, which Dr. Gilbert has already discussed, and I'll just add that they're looking to name Ms. Cabrera the freshman assistant principal for next year, who will oversee the Freshman Academy. We also talked about the budget, even though there are no new budget items for this month. Board members wanted to hear more about the implications of the budget shortfall for next year. The district admin really, shared that they're more so focused on how they'll be able to use the available funds for next year, and that classrooms won't necessarily look any different. Fortunately, many of the supplies are reusable from year to year, such as books that have already been purchased and math manipulatives. The types of supplies that are often replaced from year to year, Ms. Bodner explained, are more so like consumable items like chart paper, dry erase markers, consumable workbooks like for math, things like that. And they're also reviewing some cost savings from tech tools that have low usage, such as Canvas at the elementary school level, and looking at those that are high cost and low efficiency to see if there are other better, cheaper options out there. In new business, we learned that the job postings for summer school are out. Parents will be getting a letter to sign up for summer school by the end of the month. There was a question about high-impact tutoring grants and whether the district received any feedback after being denied 2 years in a row, but the district has not. Maple Woodshop is coming to the schools, and teachers will be trained after state testing. We talked about chronic absenteeism, which Board Member Callahan touched on too, but the curriculum team is looking to make attendance a more intentional part of the INRS process. And looking at personal cases too, like just beyond the numbers, like what's really going on in students' lives. And lastly, Ms. Bean, math STEM supervisor, will be reminding current fifth grade parents, guardians, how to select their middle school math courses in Power School. And we discussed the policies that Board Member Meyer mentioned that are CNI related and that are up for review and vote. Any questions?
It's a crossover. We were talking about the Perkins grant and the production studio. I think it would be great to have on FFT's agenda something that we discussed, which was trying to rent it out and make money. Because I'm always thinking about money, how we're going to make more money. And that, I've been in that studio. It really is amazing. And there are a lot of film and TV professionals in SOMA that are struggling right now to like create content, to get deals, and they could be using that studio to keep their craft going. And so one thing that Ms. Bodnar said she would do would look into maybe something like you can put on FFT, look into a way to monetize that space and rent it out, because it's not being used, I think, to capacity, and we could be making money from it.
Yep.
All right, I think we'll move on to the action portion of our meeting.
Thank you. Trustees, for your consideration tonight, we
Sorry, can we sever resolution 4597F? So normally people ask for the severing.
I'm sorry, which motion, which resolution?
4597F.
4597F, it's just the, I'm just confirming it's the budget, right? Yeah, adoption of 2024-25 school budget and tax levy, 4597F.
Trustees, for your consideration tonight, I have resolutions 4594-4605. Can I get a first? Second, I mean. Can I get a second? It's late, sorry. Thank you. Are there any other requests to sever? Not.
Which one are you all looking at right now?
So we're just looking at all the resolutions except for 4597F. So that's up for discussion now?
Yes.
All right. Anyway. All right, share.
Under discussion.
We're discussing right now.
Okay, everything.
No, we're discussing all the resolutions, yeah.
So this is everything else, not the budget.
Right, go ahead.
I just want to say, that I'm really happy that we're passing Resolution 4605. That's the shared services agreement for the Greenway project. And I want to shout out Deb Engel. No, she's not here. She's probably sleeping now. But I do really appreciate all the work that she and the township has done. I'm not going to reiterate all the things that she said. But, being on FFT last year, it was something that was a priority for us. And it just shows the power of partnership when it comes to the board being able to work with our towns to improve our society. And this is going to be a great improvement from a pedestrian standpoint, bike safety, walkability. And so I'm just happy that we're finally getting to putting this forward. Thank you.
I guess I just wanted to add, we are very much happy to be in partnership with the community leaders. But one thing we really want to stress is that much of this work should start with the town leaders working with the school district, because, the Dr. Taylor and the BA should be the ones doing the touring of facilities to understand what the Greenway would be, and that didn't occur. So I think one thing I want to stress for future reference, not for this, we're going to pass this, but for the future, I really want to stress that town leaders reach out to the school district so that they can bring it to the board and then we can make a decision.
Sorry, I just have to, because it was brought to us in municipal partnerships, and it was brought to Dr. Taylor. We happened to be in municipal partnerships, but it was presented by the town leaders to Dr. Taylor, and you heard that Dr. Taylor and Mr. Burnside had attended site visits. So it wasn't something that was board-driven, but it came to be in the municipal partnerships committee, and I think it's something that we all, now there's new people on the municipal partnerships committee, and you both are part of this too, so we should be celebrating that we are going to be beautifying our towns. Taxpayers want to see the results of all the money that we spend, and being able to create such a valuable resource is going to make a huge impact on this community. So I'm very excited about what we're going to do tonight.
Really, I'll just say I have the meeting minutes right here, and the site visit did not include Dr. Taylor or the BA. So I just want to, but that doesn't, that's the point. They were invited, but they were not there. So I just want to lift that up.
I think we all share an excitement around the Greenway project. I think, as board member Engel pointed out earlier, we've certainly got some public speaks about it. We've gotten some emails about it. I think part of the frustration potentially stemmed from this intimation that it wasn't being prioritized or wasn't being taken seriously. And that, I think Dr. Telesford pointed out, I think is reflected in the minutes and municipal partnership, that we were taking it seriously, that things were moving forward, that we had communicated clearly that it would be on the agenda. And unfortunately, I don't think those things were communicated clearly with other stakeholders. But I do just want to stamp that there was a lot of enthusiasm and excitement about it, even though there was transitions around who was on municipal partnerships. As Dr. Telesford pointed out, there was just other priorities that we had, but excited nonetheless that we're able to hopefully move forward and pass it tonight.
All right, roll call.
Board Member Callahan? Correct.
Yes.
Board Member Duvall Wilson?
Yes.
Board Member Eckert?
Yes.
Board Member Gifford?
Yes.
Board Member Meyer?
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable?
Yes.
Board President Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter?
Yes.
Motion's passed. Next up is 4597F. Can I get a second?
Second.
Now in discussion.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yeah, I know we had some people walk over and say how easy it is to not pass the budget and how chill it is to ignore it and throw it back right at the district so that they come back with something better. I think we need to be a little more realistic about what really happens if we don't vote for the budget. It'll go directly to the county business office, who will force us to have a meeting. We don't have a choice. They will force us to have a meeting and ask us to pass it again. They will look at it. If it seems reasonable, they will pass it on our behalf. At that point, we lose control. Whatever little control we have on the budget is gone. So please don't take this as a very trivial thing where, just to show 20 people who walked up and complained about the budget, I'm going to say vote no on it. Voting no is a big deal. So think before you vote.
All right. Anyone have any questions or statements?
I would like some clarification on that, please, on what everyone said. Thank you.
You'll be compelled to have a meeting right away. And you already submitted this as the preliminary budget, so there's relatively minor tweaks to it. You do have to pass a balanced budget. Obviously, things change as you spend next year and you reallocate. But going into next year, you cannot proceed without a balanced budget. So in all honesty, you'll probably be forced to meet until you pass a balanced budget. The defeated budget mechanisms don't really exist anymore because you do not submit your budget to the voters to vote on an increase in tax levy. So typically, if there's any concerns about a budget, it's usually to reduce the taxes in districts. It's not to, you're already capped. So there's nothing to reduce at this point.
All right, I guess we'll go to vote.
Yeah.
This is the discussion portion. Yeah.
Sure, I'll jump in here for a second. So I hate this budget. This is awful to look at, and the situation that we're in is really awful. And we look at the number of expenditures and the things that have increased. Some of them were easier to forecast than others. The one that's probably easiest to forecast is paraprofessional costs, because the line is looking directly like this for a few years, but it's also one of the toughest to actually do anything about. There's a lot of folks that have talked about the timeline that we should be looking at for preparing a budget. And we've heard from, the board has heard from a lot of folks in the past few weeks that have talked about, look, you ought to be looking at this budget starting in November, if not earlier. I wasn't on the board in November. I'd love to make sure that going forward we have a great calendar for doing this. I'll point out that for a variety of reasons, our board and district had a very tumultuous time starting in November, which is part of why we are where we are. Last month, we looked at this preliminary budget, and it was after having a number of conversations in committee with all board members, having chances to speak to the superintendent, the business administrator, and we came last month and we had a unanimous vote to move forward with the preliminary budget. And that was tough. I think it was also really notable that everyone here at the dais had some buy-in and said, we are facing some really, really tough choices, and we're all facing them together. And we all have some skin in the game, and that's tough. And everyone probably had some political flack from that, in addition to just having trouble sleeping at night, knowing what's on the table with the RIFs, with the cuts across the board. Everyone has to vote their conscience. That's why we're all here. But it is, we can be upset about misgivings we have with the process and the circumstances that got us here. And that's different, I think, from misgivings with the numbers we have. And unless there are proposals here tonight for things we'd like to see change and have different numbers in this budget, I think we do have an obligation to move forward. And then once we are here, then we should make a plan for the budgeting process for next year that's meeting everyone's needs and addressing the frustrations that they may have with this process. I'm looking at the cost center analysis between this year and last year, and I wish that we could share it with everyone, and I know the reasons why the administration has determined we can't yet. But, it's important for the public, when they do see it, to know, are there cuts in arts and music? Yeah, there are. As we discussed, there's a 35% cut in a couple areas here. If you look at this budget, I have it's color-coded with changes. It's a sea of red. Unfortunately, arts and music does not pop out because we've had to make cuts across the board. And there's a lot of areas of much more, core parts of our instruction. And look, arts and music, they saved me through high school. But let's understand, there are a lot of parts of our district that have major cuts. And I am hopeful that Dr. Gilbert's, work with everyone in the district and hearing, what can you afford? What can you afford to give in this and that area? I hope it works, because we don't have another option here unless we say, okay, we're going to buy a lot more supplies and we're going to RIF, 6, 10 more teachers. So this is a tough decision. I'm not happy to make it, but I think this is the tough part of the board being given the information that we have and having to make a decision. So if anyone does have material things of ways that we can make this better, I'd love to hear them. But that's where I am.
I just wanted to ask Mr. Burnside one question. When do you start your budget process?
I typically start in September, end of September, beginning of October. I did try to start it at the beginning of September one time, but that was a bad idea, as that's when school starts.
So I'm going to try to make this quick. I think if there's one thing I think we can all agree on, not just this board, but the community, the financial crisis that we find ourselves in is absolutely devastating on many levels. Taxpayers deserve to know how their money is being spent and feel confident that it's having the most positive impact on our students. I think we've all said it in some way, shape, or form. There's no easy way around this situation. We are facing a rift that will impact the fundamental aspect to educating our students. It's teaching and learning. It really has been devastating to see the year-over-year cuts across all departments, science, math, the arts. Thank you to all the students, parents that showed up tonight and emailed over the recent weeks. But whether that's textbooks, supplies, it is actually oftentimes the little things that have a profound impact on the experiences of our students. You're right. This is not a good situation to be in. I think, quite frankly, I have a little bit of a different view of it. Like, we aren't supposed to vote because we like or don't like a budget, right? Like, we're not the ones operating in the schools. It's not about that. It is about, the vote boils down to confidence in the process, and regardless of whatever situation in, whether we're up, we're even, we're down, and that all the stakeholders, board members, staff, students, community members alike receive the transparency they deserve. And, it just, I think at this point, we've all kind of voiced our thoughts, and at this point, I think we just agree to disagree, that we view this a little bit differently. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I don't have much more to say. Oh, sorry, can I? It's late. I know we need to wrap this up. The only last thing I'll say is to Board Member Meyer's point. I personally think that we should actually reevaluate the cuts across the different departments. I think that it shouldn't be the same for all. I think every department is a little bit different, and that there needs to be deeper analysis of those cuts. I don't know what the context was of. For a lot of things, I still need a lot of context, and everybody is different with how they look at data and how they evaluate. I'm not saying that I don't have information. What I'm saying is I need additional context, and my thought process when it comes to the departments is that some of these cuts might not all need to be the exact same percentage, and I don't have enough information because we haven't had enough conversations to even know, to feel confident that 35% in every department makes sense. So that's one of a number of challenges that I have. And if that means we had to come back and look at it again, the community voted us to do our due diligence. We sacrificed a lot of our time to do this role. And if I have to roll up my sleeves and look at something again, so be it.
All right.
Just really briefly to that point, I hear what you're saying, that I think there's an open question that I would be interested to hear the district's response to as far as what the rationale was, and if they felt there was a solid pedagogical rationale to making this cut in a way that was looked at, evenly across departments. I'll also note, there was mention earlier about things having been received last night. And it's true. The district has pushed out many different versions of our final documents as changes were made. Dr. Gilbert has worked really hard across the board to reduce the number of staff that are going to have to be RIFed and number of positions that are going to have to be closed off overall. And so we have gotten different numbers. But we've had the bulk of this and the bones of this for a month and a half. We've had meetings and discussions and opportunities for discussions about this. So, while I say, and I stand by, if there's a material change that someone is proposing that we make to these numbers that's going to make this better, we should do it. As far as deciding we should take a deeper dive and kind of dig in and do more analysis, we could easily do analysis for a whole year, but we've got to pass a budget, and that's where we are right now.
And just to add to the fact that we did spend time looking at some of the analysis. Obviously we can't do any more than what we normally do, but don't forget, the board, as the organization, we said no to a new website. We've saved money there. We said no, we asked them to reduce by a large chunk the tech lease initiative. So that's, that is like almost $1 million there, which corresponds to about $230,000 in payments. And that's like about, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 staff. So it's not like we have not suggested some deep dives. Can we do more? I'm sure we can, but then at some point there's diminishing returns as to how long you'll spend on doing this. So we hear, I mean, nobody likes doing this, but we have to.
And I'll just add that looking at the questions that have come from board members about certain aspects of the budget, when you see the answer that's given, it's not just I made a cut. There is a long paragraph that describes each of the parts and pieces that are connected and interconnected to that one choice. Because it's not just a simple choice of, okay, I'm just going to flip this lever. They're not levers. It is, I looked at this position, or I looked at this area of the budget. I looked at how can we, I guess, improvise or change things that we're doing, or are these parts of our budget where, for instance, we have, I guess, in hidden FTE? We're seeing that level of deep analysis that they're doing, and we've heard that. And with every question that we have or concerns from board members, you see that with every choice they make, there is a deep thought process that goes with every decision. Anyone have any more comments?
I guess I'll just have to make this one comment, and then I don't really want to say anything, but I feel like I have to, because, you're right. We did have a ton of follow-up questions after the last budget hearing. I'm looking here, I have a list of at least 15 questions that were emailed to FFT and to administration. I have an email chain I just forwarded to Will. I followed up at least 5 times asking for those questions to be added to the budget tracker, asking for those questions to be answered. That never occurred. I only asked a few questions tonight because at this point, if they weren't already answered, and we got a budget presentation at 6 p.m. last night, I was up till midnight trying to review it, tried to do what I could today, sent some of the questions of which were supposed to be addressed in the presentation, and that didn't happen either. So yeah, there's a lot of outstanding questions, and I just forwarded to you, and maybe the people in FFT who've been privy to these direct conversations, I'd love for you to walk through them and answer them for me, because otherwise we're sitting here and we're voting on something that we don't have all the information on. And I'm just sorry, I'm getting a little animated about it. At this point, like, I've made my decision, so I'm personally ready to vote because I don't want to go back and forth with people. But this idea that all of our questions have been answered is not true.
Again, I will stress this idea that information is being siloed by committees is not true. Information being siloed about the budget is not true. All the information that board members get in the FFT committee goes to every single board member immediately after. And I credit Board Member Vadlamani for taking all those meeting minutes and then saying, here are the meeting minutes, send it out to everybody. For any update, here's information to everybody. And he's been doing that over and over again. So I will have to gently push back on this idea that there is a silo of information that board members are locked out of. Everyone is getting this information.
I think it's clear this is a challenge for all of us, right? No one's enthusiastic about this challenge. There's certainly things and questions that might remain, but I just want to uplift too that the district has done a lot of work. And in fact, one thing that I thought was unique and something as a newer board member that I was told wasn't something that was common practice was also that Mr. Burnside did provide office hours at one point, I believe after the preliminary budget had been passed, to that board members could make appointments, they could ask questions one-to-one. And I thought that was a step in the right direction. Whether or not board members chose to use that time that was afforded to them to meet one-to-one with our business administrator, I can't speak to, but I think that would have also been an opportunity to ask questions that perhaps were on your mind or not getting answered. So I just want to uplift that that was something unique that did happen during this process that I thought was helpful to sharing information and getting questions answered as well.
I do think that was great. It was 24 hours. I had 24 hours notice, and I work full-time, and sometimes it's just hard to turn on a dime. Didn't mean to rhyme. But yeah, I think that that should be a best practice, but I think maybe it could be more structured and give us more lead time, because our schedules just aren't always as easy to just cancel everything and then be able to pivot for an hour the next day. Thank you.
All right, let's just go to the vote.
Board Member Whitletter?
No.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board President Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable?
Yes.
Board Member Meyer?
Yes.
Board Member Gifford?
No.
Board Member Eckert?
No.
Board Member Duval Wilson?
No.
Board Member Callahan?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, we'll move on to our...
I'm sorry, I've got 2 hand carries.
Sorry, hand carries, there we go.
Yes, I've got 4606 and 4607.
I should know.
For resolutions 4606 and 4607, can I get a second? Mr. Meyer, thank you. We are in discussion.
Dr. Tellersford, could you read 4606 into record, please?
Okay. Whereas the acting superintendent has provided a recommendation to the Board of Education regarding the construction easement agreement with 7 Parker Avenue West Urban Renewal LLC for the Greenway area to facilitate construction access, whereas the construction easement agreement is deemed essential to ensure smooth construction operations and timely completion of the project, whereas the Board of Education recognizes the importance of maintaining positive relationships with stakeholders involved in community development initiatives, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education approves the construction easement agreement with 7 Parker West Urban Renewal LLC. Any comments, questions? Board Member Vadlamani?
Just so that people have no confusion about what this really is, this is the Greenway project. This is the easement we're providing to everyone else to kind of do that. So we passed one portion of it up front. That was an agreement with the contractor, and this is the easement. The 2 parts together, and this gets it done. So hopefully no more hysterical pleas for a Greenway project.
Correct, just reverse that. The first one was with the town. This one is the construction easement.
The first one was with the town. We're very happy. We're very happy to be, positive relationship with Maplewood stakeholders, and this one is with the company. Thank you.
I just also want to highlight that it is now April 26th, it's after 12, and it is still before May 15th. And so, with this vote today, we will make the deadline. All right, up for a vote.
Board Member Callahan?
Yes.
Board Member Duvall-Wilson?
Yes.
Board Member Eckert?
Yes.
Board Member Gifford?
Yes.
Board Member Meyer?
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable?
Yes.
Board President Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter?
Yes.
Motion passes. That was for 4606 and 4607. That was for both.
All right, hearing of individual delegations, are there any new names? Henry Satone.
It's late, so I don't want to take a lot of time, but yeah, it's 12:30. I'm here on behalf of my son. He's 11. He didn't want to come down because he said he didn't want to disgrace himself with yet more public speaking because he does enough at school. So I'm going to speak for him. His laptop Chromebook has been turned in 13 times for repair and come back, and then it breaks like the next day, or even in the last time it broke within an hour. I did some research online. These Chromebooks have problems internally. The Wi-Fi cards come loose and they short out. So you can software reset them or whatever the guys are doing, and they work, and as soon as the kid moves the Chromebook or jostles it or anything, they go back to not functional. So we need to save money by just buying another Chromebook. And there's a number of kids in this situation at SOMS, and they do not have replacements. They're begging from teachers. Sometimes the teacher has one that they've kept because a kid left the district or something, and they can give it to them in class, but they don't have one to take home. So, you know, it would be really great if we could get a Chromebook. The second thing on the solar panels, you can start the stuff on the, I would say, go to a company and talk to them now and ask them what you need. You know, because you can start some of the project on your parking lots. I agree, if you're doing roof work, you cannot install solar panels. I have them on my house and they didn't come on until after we put the new roof on, because you're just gonna have to take them off to repair the roof anyway. So nobody's gonna do that project. But my wife's company over at River Terminal, they have tons of solar panels and they make a fortune off the things. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we move on to new business. Anyone with new business?
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani?
So from what I understand, all new business is supposed to be made as a motion, and then, you know, that's what I understand. And then it is voted on or withdrawn, unless you just want to discuss. All right, let me discuss this. Can we change the public speaks policy where all the out-of-town voters who come in to talk are moved on to the non-agenda portion of public speaks, which is basically the second public speaks? That is a proposal I have. Obviously, I don't expect a decision right now. We can talk about this in policy. We can wait for this and then do that. So it's just a...
Yeah, this has to go through policy because your other business is for emergent matters only. This would not qualify.
But I think... Yeah, but I could... Actually, this is a question about new business. I wait 2 more minutes, okay? You want to go there? So if I wanted to bring up new business, which is emergent, I mean, this is, as far as I'm concerned, the most important thing. So I bring it up, and I could always withdraw it, correct? After you convince me that it will be discussed in committee. How do we handle this as the Robert rules?
How to prioritize your public speaks? Or how to change your new business?
New business.
It's in your bylaws, and you have a bylaw that speaks to the topics that the board has permitted to be addressed during new business. So you would go through the policy bylaw amendment process, which is 2 meetings to change a bylaw or policy. And so it would you would look at that to change it.
So in the new business, can I bring up new business of changing the new business policy?
Is it emergent?
It is absolutely emergent. I'm willing to pass a motion on it right now.
I think we can move that to the policy committee, have that discussion there.
Thanks.
Anyone else? All right. The Board of Education will meet in public session on Thursday, May 9th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. in the district meeting room at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey. Immediately following the opening of public session, the board will move to go into closed session in the superintendent's office at 525 Academy Street at Maplewood, New Jersey, as well as using an online video conference platform to discuss personnel matters with the attorney-client privilege, legal, negotiations, and other matters that may arise and require discussion to be announced at a later date. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session at 7:30 p.m. for an organizational/staff renewal meeting in the district meeting room at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey, in person and utilizing an online video conference platform, which will include hearing of individuals. The community can view the meeting by following the steps which will be listed on the agenda. If there are members of the community who would like to attend the meeting in person, please note that masks and social distancing are optional in accordance with the guidance received from the local DOH and the CDC. Action will be taken. The Board of Education will meet in public session on Thursday, May 30th at 6:30 p.m. in the district meeting room at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey. Immediately following the opening of public session, the board will move to go into closed session in the superintendent's office at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey, as well as using an online video conference platform to discuss personnel, matters with attorney-client privilege, legal, negotiations, and other matters that may arise and require discussion to be announced at a later date. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session, estimated to be at 7:30 in the district meeting room at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey, in person, utilizing an online video conference platform which will include hearing of individuals. The community can view meeting by following the steps which will be listed on the agenda. If there are members of the community who would like to attend the meeting in person, please note that masks and social distancing are optional in accordance with the guidance received from the local DOH and the CDC. Action will be taken. With that, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn. All in favor? Aye. And we are adjourning at 12:34 a.m. Good night, everyone.